Okay. Good morning. Yeah. How are you? My name is Arjun. Some of you know me and some of you don't. So today I'll be handling the economics marathon. Okay. So before starting the class, as we all know, this is a marathon class. I will not be going too much into the explanation part of it, but I'll be talking about what are the important things that we have to give importance to. Okay. Now, see, with regarding to economics, the difference between economics and other subjects are that economics is very dynamic, right? Very current oriented. A lot of the questions that comes from economics is very much related to the periphery of the current affairs. What's happening, right? How many of you have seen last year's question paper? Right. So if you see the last year's question papers, one thing you can observe is that economics, the questions are those which are in current. See, when I say current, it may not necessarily mean directly current affairs, but related to current affairs. For example, last year they asked a lot of question on inflation, isn't it? Yes, because inflation was a big issue last year, right? It is always a big issue, but last year inflation was quite high, right? So that's why, we have to link it to the current affairs, right? And if you want to clear prelims, what is the one mantra? The mantra is RCB is the best team, right? Why? Because persistence, doing it again and again and again, not giving it up, right? That is what, RCB team is all about. We don't win, but still we don't give it up, right? So prelims is all about that. So prelims is all about that, right? So with regarding to economics, see, in the majority of the things in economics, a lot of you get confused with the huge amount of factual data, right? The numbers, the facts, the statistics, etc., right? But one thing I will say this again and again is, for economics is always about conceptual clarity, concept, right? Because we have already discussed this in some of the strategy classes also, that if you see in economics, there are 4 to 5 types of questions that will be asked, right? The types of questions that are usually asked, the most important type of questions that are asked are conceptual, right? Nearly 75% of the questions are conceptual in nature. That is understanding the basics of it, right? See, they will not ask a question like, what is the percentage of inflation, right? They will ask about the concept of inflation and try to ask you to link it with other concepts, right? So trust me when I say this, 70+% of the questions are conceptual, right? Then comes the factual part, right? So factual part, guys, let me tell you this, right? The remaining part, right, are sometimes, around 10% of questions are factual, right? That is directly percentage, facts, numbers, etc. Right? Now, when I say this, nobody remembers all the factual data, right? Absolutely none, right? Not finance minister, not the finance secretary, because see, economics survey is around 700 to 800 pages, right? And filled with factual data, right? That number, this number, it's impossible to remember all this. But yes, the factual data, are again current oriented, the things that are in news, right? Something that as you have read. And to answer this factual questions, you don't have to really by heart the facts, but you have to understand the concepts, right? Understanding the concepts will help you eliminate a lot of wrong concepts. I'll tell you with examples, right? And the other types of question are usually questions based on organizations, right? That is international and national organizations. Like if you see last year's paper, series A paper, the first question was, rapid credit facility is an instrument used by which of the following organizations? The answer was IMF, right? Did it come from out of the blue? No. IMF was using this rapid credit facility to help Sri Lanka because there is a Sri Lankan economic crisis going on. Have you heard about this? Right. So organizations like IMF, World Bank, RBI, right, and mostly give importance to those ones which are in current affairs. Again, right. Then other type of questions are like questions based on indexes, reports, surveys, etc. Like Oxfam survey, Oxfam report, or the Niti Aayog report, etc. right, which I'll cover as many as possible, right, and then some new programs and policies, especially which are mentioned in the budget, right, because see, there are a lot of programs and policies mentioned in the economic survey, but those programs are already existing programs, right. Budget usually talks about the new programs, right. So these are the types of the questions that are usually asked in the examination, right. So now, how many of you find economics difficult here, right? Why? What is the reason? See, one thing you have to do is understand this. Economics is a subject, right, that all of us have experienced on a personal level, right. See, history, what Aurangzeb did, what Akbar did, etc., right, we may not have experienced that personally, isn't it? We read it in books, right. Geography, how many of you have experienced earthquake, or how many of you have experienced volcano or something, right? Even so, but economics is something that we all have experienced on a personal level. So try to understand the economic concepts from our own level. See, it's all about economics, is about understanding it, trying to dumb it down. I'm not saying you guys are dumb. Dumb it down, reduce the complexity of it, right? Because a lot of you do is, what you do is you try to make economics more complicated than it is, right? So try to simplify it. Let us try to dumb it down, right? Have we not all experienced economics? Have all of us not experienced inflation? Is there anybody who has not experienced inflation here? You must be from a cave, if that is the case. Have you paid taxes? Of course you have. If not direct taxes, all of you pay indirect taxes, right? In the course, there is GST, isn't it? All of us have paid GST, right? In one way or the other, right? Inflation, this thing, GDP, have you not, employment, poverty. I have experienced poverty, right? So it's all about, so we have to try to, simplify it. So what we do is, let us not mix it up. See, let's take one topic at a time, right? Understand that topic properly, as simply as possible, right? Then again, let us take another topic, topic B. Understand that topic very properly. Then try to link them. Yes, economics is a topic. All okay? Yes. Yeah. So economics is a topic which is linked, right? So see, usually the last time they asked a question on by linking inflation with bond yield, etc. Right? So first, let us try to understand inflation. Then let us try to understand what bond means. Right? If you know these two clearly, no matter what type of question they ask, you can be able to link it. Right? So we understand different topics in silos separately, and then try to link it. That's the second stage. And the third stage is then link it with current affairs, right? So see, when you're reading one particular topic, do not try to link it with some other topic there and then, right? Just concentrate on that topic, okay? So saying this, I'll start it, right? So the first two chapters, now I will take a little bit of more time for this because these are the foundational aspects of economics, right? And then later on, I will, increase the speed, right? So, first topic is easy, right? So, economics. What do you mean by economics? What do you mean by economy? And what do you mean by economics? What is this class today? Is it an economy class or it is an economics class? Economics. See, economy is a human activity of producing, distributing and consuming goods and services. Isn't it? Human beings have been producing goods and services since, thousands of years. Since human beings started a civilized life, they have been producing goods and services. The goods and services produced are distributed exchanged between people, right? And they're consumed by people. Can I say that? So the activity of producing goods and service is called as economy. Whereas economics is a subject which studies this activity and all the relevant aspects of it, right? So economics as a subject took birth due to the efforts of Scottish philosopher Adam Smith, who is considered as the father of modern day economics, right? Now in 1776, Adam Smith wrote a book called An Enquiry into the Nature and Causes of Wealth of Nations. To put it, in a short way, that book is called as The Wealth of the Nations. So, the publication of this seminal work led to the growth of a modern subject or a discipline called economics. So, economics studies how people produce goods and services, on what basis do they distribute goods and services, right? What kind of goods and services are consumed by the people. So, this is a scientific study of all this. See, because for economics, these are the three pillars: production, distribution and consumption. Everything else in economics comes between these three pillars, right? Let's say there is demand and supply. Demand and supply is related to production and distribution and consumption. Can I say that? Without production and distribution, will there be demand and supply? No, right? So money, the issue of money. Money is a medium of exchange. Can I say that? Medium of exchange for what? For goods and service only, right? So every law, every theory, right, related to economics is based on this. So economics is a subject which scientifically studies this and all the other aspects associated with it, right? So see, economics is considered as one of the most influential subjects, intellectual subjects. Why? Because everything else today is based on economics. Can I say that? Politics. Can I say it is directly linked to economics? Right. Geography linked to economics. Right. Almost everything today we have is very much linked to economics. Economics is all about money, isn't it? So it's one of the very influential subjects. And etymologically, the word economics was derived from two Greek words. What is that? Two Greek words, that is oikos and nomos. Right. Now, oikos means household and nomos means norms or rules. Right. So, these are two Greek words. See, UPSC tries to twist it. They will say economics, the word economics has been derived from Latin words, oikos and nomos. And we tend to make this mistake, isn't it, in this hurry. So, but it's Greek words. Right? Oikos means household, nomos means rules. So, economics basically means rules of the household. Right? Now, why did we need a subject called economics? What was the need for see, I'm telling you that economic activities, that is production of goods and services, etc., right, was being done since human beings started civilized life. Right? We were anyways producing goods and services. Then what was the need for a separate subject called economics? Because we need to scientifically study how to produce goods and services, how to distribute goods and services, and what kind of consumption happens, isn't it? Because if we scientifically study something, it leads to proper utilization of resources. Can I say that? See, the importance of economics as a subject is that the resources available, see, human needs, human desires are unlimited. Can I say that? But resources available to fulfill these needs, they are limited. Yes or no? Right. So, economics scientifically studies how we can utilize limited resources to fulfill our unlimited needs. Right. How to prioritize our needs, how to properly utilize the resources, how to optimally utilize the resources. Right. For this scientific, see, if we had unlimited resources, the need for economics as a subject wouldn't have arisen. But are the resources limited? Yes or no? Right. Resources, let it be financial resources, let it be natural resources, let it be human resources. Do we have enough iron ore to produce, bridges everywhere? No. Or do you have enough iron ore to produce houses and cars, buses everywhere? No. We have to properly utilize it, isn't it? Right. So, economics studies these concepts of production. Economics scientifically studies what to produce, what kind of goods and services to produce. Right. Is that important? Because see, country to country, society to society, the demand, the need of people changes. Can I say that? right? So it is very important to know what goods and services to produce, right? Should India produce more chicken or more beef? Chicken, because the beef consumption is not more here. So we have to study that, what to produce, because if India produces more beef than chicken, it will lead to what? Wastage of resources, because Indians do not consume beef as much as the Western world, isn't it? Right? So what to produce? That is important, because society to society it differs. See, for example, let's say in very cold areas like Siberia, etc., where the temperature goes below -45 or -50. See, alcohol is not a luxury there; it's a need to keep your body warm, right? But in India, alcohol is a luxury. For some people, it may be need, but overall, it is a luxury, right? So we have to know what to produce, then how much to produce, or no, first let's say how to produce. What is the production process should be, right? So should it be machine intensive production? Should it be labor intensive production? Right? In India, production should be what? Machine intensive or labor intensive? Labor intensive, because India has a huge population. If we use machineries to produce everything, where will the people get employment from? Right? Whereas Scandinavian countries like Sweden, Denmark, etc., where population is less, they can go for more and more machine intensive production. So how to produce? Right? That has to be understood. This is what economics does. Right? So see, should India follow or use natural gas for production? See, our factories are coal-based, thermal-based factories. Can I say that? Majority of our industries are thermal-based industries. So should we shift to natural gas? Because obviously natural gas is cleaner, more environmental friendly, etc. Correct? Should we shift to natural gas or not? Yes or no? See, even though it is, CNG is more, the natural gas is more cleaner environmentally, but immediately shifting to that is not possible, because India does not produce natural gas too much. We have limited resources. So we should know how to produce, because if we, idealistically, if we shift to natural gas related production, then we will become dependent on foreign countries for the supply of natural gas. Can I say that? Right? So how to produce is, what is the process of production, that should be understood. Right? How much to produce, the quantity. Of course, otherwise, see, if you don't know what to produce, if you don't know how to produce, if you don't know how much to produce, it will either lead to wastage of resources or shortage of resources. Can I say that? Right? Then when to produce? Again, this is a very important thing. Goods and services. When should we produce goods and services? Right? When should woolen clothes be produced? In summer or in winter? Winter. Right? So this concept, and economics studies this scientifically. Before also production activity was happening, but it was not done on a very scientific basis. Right? So once goods and services are produced, what is the next step? The produced goods should be distributed. Right? Distributed means, it should be made sure that the produced goods are available in all the regions of the country, and it should be available to all the sections of the people, isn't it? See, if goods and services are produced and it is available only in Bangalore, what happens? Let's say there are 1,000 cars were produced and it is available only in Bangalore. That means in other areas, it will lead to shortage of cars. Can I say that? And in Bangalore, maybe people may not buy all the 1,000 cars. So it will lead to wastage in Bangalore, whereas shortage in other areas. So proper distribution is very important as well. Right? Now, economics scientifically studies the aspects of distribution also. See, goods and services, in order for goods and services to be properly distributed, we have to look at 3 A's. A's. What are the 3 A's? Availability, accessibility, and affordability. If we achieve these 3 A's, then goods and services will be properly distributed. Now, what do you mean by availability? Availability means the goods and services which are produced should be physically available in different regions. right? For example, if there is a car company in Bangalore, then there should be car showrooms in other districts also. This is availability, physical availability of it, right? So if there is no availability, distribution is not proper. Can I say that? Right. Then accessibility. But is availability alone enough? No. We have to have accessibility. Accessibility, on the other hand, means that everybody should be accessible. That means everybody should be able to go and get those goods and services, irrespective of caste, creed, gender, religion, etc. Then only it will lead to proper distribution. Can I say that? See, if we, okay, let's say we have a car company and there is car showrooms. So availability is there. But that car showroom people say, the person say that, we will allow only men to come and buy the car. Is that good distribution? No, the distribution is not proper there, isn't it? So accessibility should be there, right? And then affordability. Affordability means what? That people should have the purchasing power to purchase those goods and services. So the goods and services produced should be priced in such a way that people should be able to buy it, right? Then only it will lead to proper distribution. See, if in India, what should be produced more? Desire or Lamborghinis? Desire, because Lamborghinis are very costly. Indians do not have the purchasing power or affordability for that. If we produce a lot of Lamborghinis, who's going to buy it? Right? It will lead to wastage of that iron and etc. resource used in the Lamborghini, isn't it? So this is what distribution is about, and this is what economic studies and plans, right? And then another important thing is consumption, right? Consumption means what kind of goods and services are used, consumed by the consumers or people. Again, can I say consumption pattern changes from area to area, society to society, country to country. So we have to know what kind of goods and services. See, there are consumer surveys undertaken by companies, isn't it? So we have to know what is the demand, what is the need of the people, because consumption and production are very closely associated. Can I say that? To know what to produce and how much to produce, we should know what people are demanding also, right? Otherwise, it will lead to blind production. Yeah, right. So economics scientifically studies this, and studying this, economics tries to utilize the limited resources properly to fulfill the unlimited needs of human beings, right? When I say human beings have unlimited needs, is that not true? Are human needs, our desires, are they limited? No, right? See, when we were kids, we wanted cycle, right? When we got cycle, we wanted a scooty. When we had a scooty, we wanted a bike. When we had a bike, we wanted a car. When we had a car, we wanted a better car. When we have a better car, we want, right, helicopter. When we have helicopter, we want jets. When we have jets, we want to bloody go to Mars, right? So this is called as prepotency of human needs. Prepotency is a psychological word. Prepotency means one need is satisfied, the other need crops up. But we don't have enough resources to do that. So we have to utilize, right? We have to plan our resources properly, prioritize our needs, and that is what economics does, right? Because no country is completely self-sufficient. Can I say that? No country has enough resources to meet all their needs. Absolutely none, right? So see, let's say economics is all about, let's say I have a resource of 1,000 rupees. This is the resource I have. Now I have many needs. I need to buy a cap, I need to buy a t-shirt, I need to buy a pant, right? Now I can't buy all the three because 1,000 rupees, right? Now I have to buy one. I have to prioritize, isn't it? Right? So economic studies how people prioritize their needs, how people utilize their needs, what kind of, resources, what kind of needs they fulfill, right? So, is it good that, I wear a cap and not a pant? Doesn't look good, isn't it? Right? So we have to prioritize, but people have different way of doing this. See, the economic behavior of people is different, right? So this is what economics studies about, right? Now, because economics studies about scarcity of resources and how it is utilized, British economist Lionel Robbins calls economics as a science of scarcity, right? Yeah. So, British economist Lionel Robbins calls it science of scarcity. Right? Why? You understood that. Right? So, now, this is what economics deals about. How resources are utilized, what is the economic behavior of the people, right? What kind of resources they need, do, etc. Right? Now, I am saying that, we have to prioritize our desires and needs. Right? We have to put it in an order. What is the top priority? What is the next, etc. Right? How is it done? How do we prioritize our needs, etc.? See, when we come to prioritizing our needs, etc., we come across a concept called trade-off. This is an economic concept, trade-offs, right? So, economics deals with trade-offs, right? Now, what do you mean by trade-offs? To put it very simply, trade-off is, in Hindi, कुछ पाने के लिए कुछ खोना पड़ता है, ಏನಾದರೂ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಕಳ್ಕೊಬೇಕು, right? Because we can't have everything, right? If you want a boyfriend or a girlfriend, you have to let go peace of mind a little bit, right? That's a trade-off, right? If you want to clear UPSC, you have to reduce your partying or sleep, etc. That's a trade-off, right? See, I can trade off sleep to pass economics, right? That means we have to prioritize, right? Letting go one thing to have something, right? Let's say we have resources, right? These resources, we can use it in 4 or 5 ways. But we cannot satisfy all the 5 needs using that resource, right? So, we have to trade off some to achieve some, isn't it? Let's say we have iron ore, right? We have a quintal of iron ore. Now, we can either build a bridge or we can build a car out of that, right? Now, we have to trade off because, in that 1,000 quintal of iron ore, we can't do both. Right. And this is what different countries or different people do with this resource. That is called as economic behavior. Right. Some people may give importance to building bridge. Some people may give importance to building cars. That is called as economic behavior. So, this is what economic studies, what kind of trade-offs are done, right? On what basis it is done, whether that trade-off is good or bad. This is what economic studies, right? Now, see, if you have money, right? Now, you have money, that's a resource, right? Now, you cannot use that money for everything, right? Either you can use it for education or you can use it for investment, right? Let's say you have 1 lakh rupees. You can either go and do MBA or you can invest it in shares. Can't do both, isn't it? Right? Now, some people may want to invest it in shares and some people may want to invest it in education, right? This is the trade-off. They are letting go one to have one. This is what economics is all about, trade-offs, etc. and how resources are utilized. Now, trade-offs, how do we trade off, right? On what basis do we trade off? Usually, trade-offs are done on the basis of an economic concept called opportunity cost. Have you heard about this word? They've asked a question on this, right? What do you mean by opportunity cost? See, to put it very simply, opportunity cost is the cost of the option that you have let go, right? What do I mean by that? See, a person, let's say I'm Arjun. See, usually I have many options, isn't it? Let's say I have 50,000 rupees in my hand. Now, what can I do with this 50,000 rupees? Right? I have many choices. Finally, I'll have confusion between 2 choices, isn't it? Right? One is investing it and another is partying. These are 2 options I have narrowed it down to. Right? And finally, I will choose one option. Correct? So, opportunity cost means the cost of this second option that we did not take. Getting my point? Right. So, let's say now if I invest this 50,000 rupees, what am I not doing? Partying. So, opportunity cost here is what? The fun that I would have got by partying. So, opportunity cost is the potential benefits that is missed out while choosing one alternative over the other, right? To put it more simply, right, opportunity cost is the cost of discarding the second choice. Okay, so see, now all of you have, have decided to become UPSC, aspirants and become IAS and IPS officers, right? So now you are XYZ, you have two options, either to prepare for UPSC or to, let's say, go for a job, right? Now, which option did you choose? UPSC. So what is the opportunity cost here? The salary that you have gotten while doing the job is the opportunity cost, because this is the option you did not take. So the benefit that you have lost out of this, right? See, it is the cost of discarding the second best choice. Getting my point? Right? So this is the opportunity cost. Yes or no? Right. Now, on the basis of opportunity cost, we trade off. Right. See, when deciding, should the opportunity cost be high or low? Yes, opportunity cost should be as low as possible. Right. See, because if the opportunity cost is high, then that means, you have actually let go on a very good option, isn't it? For example, let's say you were, either you had to become, start UPSC preparation, or you had to go to a job which paid you 50,000 rupees, right? But you decided to become a UPSC aspirant, right? What is the opportunity cost here? 50,000 rupees. Fine, because see, becoming a UPSC aspirant, becoming a IAS officer has more benefits, isn't it? Right? But let's say, what if you had a job in Apple which used to pay you 5 crore rupees per month, and then still you opted for UPSC? Then opportunity cost is too huge. The benefit that you have gotten out of the second best option is too huge to leave, isn't it? Yes or no? Right? So opportunity cost while deciding our priorities should be as low as possible. Simple? Right? So now, yes, to put it very simply, see, opportunity cost, right? 1 hour of studying or 2 hours of TV episodes. Which one has, see, both has their own benefits, right? So some people will choose this, some people will choose this. Let's say Fatima chooses this, Yasmin chooses this. So what is the opportunity cost? Studying, the benefits you would have gotten by studying is the opportunity cost, right? Now, if Murli chooses, Vijay chooses 1 hour of studying, what is the opportunity cost? The fun he would have got by watching TV episodes, right? So you have to choose that priorities which has as less opportunity cost as possible. Which one has lower opportunity cost here? Watching TV, yes, 2 hours of fun. But if you study and become IAS officer, you have a lifelong to have fun, isn't it? So this has lesser opportunity cost, so you should choose this, right? Everybody good? Right. So, yes, this is a previous year's question. Now that you have said that you have understood this topic, answer, right? This is a previous year's question on opportunity cost. If a commodity is provided for free to the public by the government, then the opportunity cost is 0, the opportunity cost is ignored, the opportunity cost is transferred from the consumers of the product to the tax-paying public, the opportunity cost is transferred from the consumers of the product to the government. What is the answer here? See? See, everybody understood? See, they are saying that government has decided to provide something free for public, right? Let's say government is using 50,000 crore rupees, 50,000 crore rupees to provide free food, right? This is the scenario. Now they are asking what will happen to the opportunity cost. Is the opportunity cost 0? Yes or no? Yes or no? No, because this 50,000 rupees could have used for many other purposes, isn't it? So it's not 0. Right? Now, is opportunity cost ignored by the government? Of course, they know what could have they used it for. No. These two statements are gone. Now, the opportunity cost is transferred from the consumers of the product to the tax-paying public. The answer is D. Because the opportunity cost is transferred from the consumers of the product to the government. Because see, this 50,000 rupees, government could have used for some other purposes, na? Yes or no? Yes or no? Right? Because see, government has that 50,000 rupees. They have decided to give it, use that to give free food. Right? Now, who has the opportunity to use that somewhere else? Is it the tax-paying public or the government? Government. They could have used this 50,000 rupees to build statues or roads, etc. So, the opportunity cost has been transferred from the consumers to the government. Right? So, this is about opportunity cost. Sorry? Yeah, they have already gotten it. Right? See, whatever is, it is anyways comes to the taxpayers, or non-taxpayers also. See, here the answer here is wrong because it says tax-paying public. When government takes a step, won't it benefit non-tax-paying public also? Right? See, UPSC always gives you this kind of hint. See, there is a 10-year-old kid. If government, starts up, establishes a park, won't the benefit will be gotten by that kid also? Is that kid tax paying? Right. See, what's your name? Yeah, you have to see for these kind of things. Right. This is an extreme word. They are saying that the benefit will be transferred to tax paying public alone. But non-tax paying people will also get benefit. So, the most relevant answer here is D. Yeah. So, right. Everybody good? So, let's move on to some other, basic concepts of economics, because see, if you are seeing the UPSC pattern, they are asking a lot of questions on basic these things, right? From polity or economics, etc. So, let's move on to the other aspects, right? Now, there is a concept called the production possibility curve or PPC. Right? It is also called as production possibility frontier. What is the production possibility curve? See, this curve shows that by utilizing the available resources and with using the available technology, how many types of products can be produced, right? So, it is a representation of possible combinations of two goods that can be produced by utilizing available resources and given technology, right? For example, let's say we have 100 kgs of iron. That's the resource available, isn't it? Now, using this 100 kgs of iron, how many combinations of two goods can be produced? See, using this 100 kgs of iron, we can either produce two cars, right? That means one car needs how much iron? 50 kgs. Or we can produce 5 bikes, right? So, that means one bike needs how many kgs of this thing? 20 kgs, right? Or let's say 10 bikes. That means 10 kgs. So, production possibility curve deals with how many type of combination, right, can be done using the available resources and in the available technology we have right now, right? So, let us see the production possibility curve. In a production possibility curve, there will be certain points very important, right? Let's say this is goods A, that is car, and this is goods B, that is bikes. Okay. Now, how many combinations, what is the amount of this thing we have? 100 kgs, right? Now, how many cars we can produce, or how many bikes we can produce, or how many combinations of both bikes and cars we can produce, right? So, see, point A shows that only one type of good is produced. Maximum one type of good is produced, whereas another type of good is not produced at all. Right? Is that a proper utilization of resources? No. Right? Because we need to have as many combinations of goods as possible. Is that right? We need bikes as well as we need cars. We cannot produce only cars in the country. Yes or no? Right. So, this point A, see, this is the maximum this good will be produced. So, that means all the 100 kgs will be used to produce this good. So, good B will not be produced at all. Right? Whereas, point D shows what? Point D shows only good B will be produced. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, if 7 cars are produced, how many bikes are produced? 0. Right? If, let's say, 10 bikes are produced or 20 bikes are produced, how many cars are produced? 0. That means A and D are extreme points which says that, only one type of good is produced using the available resources. Right? Now, so, see, when we come here, this means more number of cars but less number of bikes are produced. Can I say that? Right? If you see here, right, more number of cars but at the same time some average number of bikes are also produced. Can I say that? Right? But E here, what does that show? Right? That means, see, some cars and some goods are also produced, but E is a point which shows that, all the resources are not properly utilized. There is underutilization of resources. I will give you examples again. Right? E shows that, not all the resources are properly utilized. Right? Whereas F is a point which is not possible. Right? F shows a point where a lot of cars are produced, at the same time lot of bikes are also produced. Yes or no? But do we have resources and technology for that? No. It is not a possibility with the available technology. Right? F is not a possibility. Right? Whereas the best possible point here is, right, see, in the curve, the middle point where the curve is, curving, right, that shows the best possible output. See, around 5-6 cars are produced, but at the same time around 7-8 bikes are also being produced. So, the proper utilization of resources and proper production of goods will happen when any economy is working in this point. Right? So, a country, if the production possibility curve of a country is in this point, let's say this point is C, that means the country is utilizing the resources very properly and more number of goods are being produced using the available resources and available technology. Right? So, point A is extreme, that means one type of good is being produced. Point D is extreme, that means only another type of good is being produced. Point E means, yes, both the goods are being produced, but see, here around 3 to 4 cars are being produced, whereas 5 to 6 bikes are being produced. That means resources are being underutilized. That means E is the area where only 70 kgs of resources are being used. How many kgs of iron did we have? 100. So, 30 kgs are being not utilized, underutilized. Whereas F is a situation where we do not have the technology to produce that much. Right? So, here the C is this thing, best possible point in a production possibility curve. Right? Yeah. I have given an example here also. Right? So, see, a country has resources to produce either 1,40,000 apples or 40,000 oranges. Right? The resource is enough to meet this 1,40,000 apples or 40,000 oranges. Now, see, A is where when we are producing only apples, that means no oranges are being produced. Right? So, that means people have to eat only apple. Right? Now D is a situation where only oranges are being produced and apple are not being produced, right? So see, E is around 40,000 apples are being produced and around 10,000 oranges are being produced. So can I say we are underutilizing our resources, right? So F is where 1,20,000 apples are being produced, 30,000 oranges are being produced, right? Not possible, right? Not 30, around 40,000, right? So not possible. So the best option is C, right? That is called as production possibility curve. Everybody good? Right. So let's move on to a very important aspect of demand and supply, right? We all have heard and known about demand and supply. Yeah. So economics is very much related to demand and supply. So why do we have to study about demand and supply? See, to understand demand and supply is very simple. See, the prices of goods and services increase or decrease. Can I say that? On what basis do they increase or decrease? To see, the prices of a good or service demand or increase or decrease depending on the pressure put on the available resources, right? That pressure can be put either because of demand or because of supply. See, higher the pressure on available resource, the value of that resource increases or decreases? Increases, right? If the, let's say whatever resource is, I'll give you the example later on. See, there is a resource. If you put more pressure on that resource, right, the value of that resource increases, the price of that resource increases. If the pressure on the available resource is less, then the value of that resource will be less and the price will be less. So this pressure can be because of either demand or because of supply, right? I'll give you an example. Let's say I am the resource, right? Let us understand the demand side of the pressure. No, first let us understand the supply side. See, I am Arjun, I teach economics, right? I am the resource. Now tomorrow, thank God, all the other economic teachers die in India and I am the only available one. So what happens to the pressure on me? Increases because everybody wants me. In Kannada there is a saying, Uri Goble Padmavati, right? So the pressure increases on me because of the supply side thing, and whatever rate I say has to be it, right? So it's all about pressure, right? And this pressure was put because of supply side issue, right? Then let us talk about demand side, right? Now see, whatever I have taught in the class, because of my luck, lot of questions are asked in this year's prelims. Obviously, can I say there will be more demand for my class? More students will come to my class. So obviously what happens? Again, pressure on me increases, right? More institutes want me to come and teach. So this is the demand side. Obviously, again the pressure increases. And the pressure increases, matlab, the price increases. So price of a good or a service is depending on demand, supply. See, you don't have to get confused at all. It is as simple as that. It is about on the basis of pressure. Higher the pressure, more value, more price. Lower the pressure, less value, less price. This pressure can be because of demand or because of supply. Yes? To help you understand, see, I am not a misogynist guy. I am just giving examples like this. Don't take it in a very way. Let's say, no, there is a girl in a college and behind that girl there is one guy. So 1 is equal to 1, right? Now this guy is giving a girl, right? So this guy is giving her a Cadbury, silk, chocolate, etc. Everything is good, right? Now suddenly there are 5 more guys behind the same girl, right? So what happens to the pressure? No, what happens to the pressure on available resource? Increases. What happens to the demand? Increases. What happens to the value? Increases. As simple as that. Everything is economics, right? So now demand. Okay. demand for any good or service, there are many things which determines the demand for goods and services, right? Whether now the demand for a good increases or demand for good decreases is determined by the following, this thing, aspects. What are the determinants of demand, right? Price of a good or service. Can I say that? I will talk about this a little bit. Price determines the demand, right? Yes, right. Number of buyers. Will they determine more number of buyers means more demand? Yes or no? Right. Price of other goods. Yes or no? Right. I don't have to explain this. Right. Quality of that good. Yes. Supply of that good. Yes. Tastes. Demand is dependent on the taste of the people, isn't it? If there is more demand for Apple, why is that? Apple phone. Right. Because of the taste of the people, isn't it? I don't understand why, people will pay 1,60,000 rupees for a phone. Right. Because it's current affairs. Yesterday, Tim Cook came to Bombay, the first offline shop in India, isn't it? So, demand is there because of the taste of the people. Right. Expectations about future. Right. Any example? Can you give any example here? Expectations about future and expectations about the future leading to more demand for a good. It's okay. So, lithium, the demand for lithium is mainly because of the expectations of the future, isn't it? Because, we are saying that, in future, EV vehicles will be more, right? So, in that expectation, we are demanding lithium more. Yeah. So, expectations about the future, right? Income of the people, obviously, right? So, these are the determinants of demand, right? All of this put together creates demand for any good or services, right? Now, let us come to law of demand. What does the law of demand states? See, it states that if every other factors are constant, right, then there is an inverse relationship between the price of a commodity and the demand of the commodity. Right, there is a inverse relationship. See, law of demand clearly states that if every other determinants are same, if they are constant, if every other factors are constant, then it says the price of a good and the demand are inversely related. What do you mean by inversely related? Opposite, ulta, right? So, see, one thing you have to see here is for law of demand to come into action, every other factor should be constant. There should not be any change in other factors, right? There should not be change in the quality of the good, right, or taste of the people. If every other thing is constant, then, right, price and demanded quality is inversely proportionate. That means, if the price of a good increases, demand decreases according to the law of demand, right? And if the price of the good reduces, demand increases. As simple as that. That's law of demand, right? Understand this. Every other factor should be constant. Yeah. So, now, if you see the law of demand curve, it will be like this. Right? It should be a curve, not a line. Right? So, look at this. This is the price and this is the quantity demanded. Right? This line is the quantity demanded and this line is the price. Right? If the price is 500 rupees, the quantity demanded will be less. Can I say that? If the price becomes 4, the quantity demanded increases. If the price becomes 2, increases further. If the price becomes 1, the quantity demanded increases a lot. Right? So, see, while fixing the price for any good, the law of demand is taken into account. Right? See, both the extremes are not good. If you price your good very high, then quantity demanded will be less. If you price your good very less, Even though quantity demanded will be more, but your profit will be less. So it should be somewhere in the average. Yeah. So the law of demand is taken into account. Right. So price increases, demand decreases. Price decreases, demand increases. Seesaw. Yeah. Simple. So, however, law of demand holds good to everything, most of the goods and services, right? But there are certain exemptions to law of demand, right? They have asked questions on this. Right? There are two types of goods which, which do not fall under this law of demand, right? They are Veblen goods and Giffen goods, right? So, Veblen goods and Giffen goods are, exemption to the law of demand. They do not work under the assumption of law of demand. According to the assumption of law of demand, what should happen? If the price increases, demand should reduce, and if the price decreases, demand should increases. But there are exemptions. One exemption is Veblen goods. See, Veblen good is a good for which demand increases when the price increases, right? Veblen goods, the demand increases when the price also increases. Higher the price, higher the demand, right? Because Veblen goods are high-end goods, high-quality goods, which are considered as a status quo, as a status symbol in a society, right? See, this is against the law of demand, isn't it? Right? Because, see, yeah, now, examples of, Veblen goods are, jets or iPhones for that matter. The iPhones, higher the prices, more demand it is. 1,60,000 rupees for God's sake. I can go on a Europe trip, right? Why would you? And then on that you will buy a 60,000 watch, right? iWatch, right? What? It's Veblen. A very good example is iPhone. The price increases, the demand increases. Yes or no? Right? Or, high-end scotches, right? Costly wines and champagnes, right? The costlier, more exclusive it is, the more priced it is, the more demand for it. There are very good, certain goods like that, right? Yachts, right? Private jets, right? Like luxury cars, right? So these are the examples of Veblen goods, and Veblen goods are opposite to the normal demand curve. See, because in Veblen goods, right, the demand curve is upward sloping. In a normal demand curve, the demand curve is downward sloping, isn't it? Yes or no? But in Veblen goods, it is upward sloping. See. Now, as the demand increases, the price reduces, right? But here, the price increases, the demand, this is the price, this is the demand. The price increases, the demand also increases, right? So, in Veblen goods, the demand curve is upward sloping. If the price is less, demand will be here. As the price increases, the demand slope keeps on increasing. Getting my point? Right? So, it is ulta to this thing. Yeah. Examples of Veblen goods are high-end cars, yachts, wines, yes, celebrity endorsed perfumes, right? Designer jewelry, Sabyasachi's clothes, right? So, Sabyasachi? Yeah. So, these are the examples of Veblen goods. Yes? Right. Now, another type of goods which actually, is against the demand law is Giffen goods. Right. Yes, the concept of Veblen goods was given by Thorstein Veblen, an American economist, Thorstein Veblen. Right. So, see, Thorstein Veblen gave a concept called conspicuous consumption. Right. And Veblen goods is associated with this concept, conspicuous consumption. Conspicuous consumption means, consuming for the sake of status quo. Right. Consuming even though we don't want it. Right. So, now that is about Veblen goods. Next is Giffen goods. Right. Giffen goods also violate the normal law of demand. Right. Now, what do you mean by given goods? See, in given goods also, as the price increases, demand does not decrease. Right? Usually, law of demand says what? Price increases, demand should decrease. But in given goods also, demand does not decrease. Right? So, now, given goods, see, they are not high-end products. They are non-luxury products. Usually, these are the products essential for a normal day-to-day life. Right? So, they are inferior goods compared to the Veblen goods. Right? However, they are very essential for a normal day-to-day life. For example, given goods are those goods which has very less substitutes. What do you mean by substitute? Alternatives. Right? Given goods are those goods which do not have a close alternative or a close substitute. See, there are certain things you have to take into account. Given goods, the given goods are also those where if the price increases, demand does not decrease. Right? Why? Because these given goods, they are non-luxurious. They are not high-end. They are normal day-to-day essentials. They are essentials. Right? They are needed for daily day-to-day life. Right? So, and these goods do not have an immediate alternative or substitute. Right? For example, right, rice or wheat. Right? They are essential. Can I say that? Right? However, if the price for rice increases, its demand may not suddenly come crashing down because there is no immediate, alternative for rice. Can I say that? If rice is my staple food, what is the alternative for me? There is no immediate alternative, isn't it? So, biscuits, I have alternative. If one biscuit price increases, I have other biscuits to eat. Right? Rice, wheat, right? These are some of the essentials, right? Where even though, for example, onion, we see that, even the price for onion increases, the demand will be the same, isn't it? Yes or no? Onion, is it a Veblen good or a given good? Given good, right? Why? Because there is no immediate substitute for onion. Onion के जगह क्या डाल सकते हो? Right? सब्जी में onion के जगह tomato तो नहीं डाल सकते ना? Right? So, alternative, there is no alternative or substitute. So, that is what given goods are. Right? And again, in given goods also, it is against the demand, law of demand. Right? And the concept of given good was coined by Sir Robert Giffen, a Scottish economist called Sir Robert Giffen. Right? So, now quickly, what is the difference between Veblen goods and what is the similarity between Veblen goods and given goods? Both are opposite, both do not work under the law of demand. Right? And the difference is Veblen goods are high-end goods. Right? They are high quality goods. Right? They are status symbol. Right? Whereas given goods are inferior goods, non-luxurious goods, right? Essential goods for which alternatives are not there. Yeah? See, they might ask a question on this. Everybody good? Okay. So next, when related to demand and prices, there are some other things we have to take into account where questions have been asked. That is, supplementary goods and complementary goods, and what happens, demand with regarding to demand and price. Right? So, first let us talk about complementary goods. What do you mean by complementary goods? Simply for Yasmin, right? Complementary goods are two goods which go very well hand in hand, which complement each other. Yes or no? Example, can you give me an example? Tea and coffee, no. Bread and jam, yes. Bread and jam. Prajwal, tea and coffee are competing. They are not supplementary, right? So, tea and biscuit, right? Bread and jam, Kellogg's and milk. Can I say that? They are complementary goods. Complementary goods are those which go hand in hand together very well, right? That complement each other very well. So, any other examples? Shoe and socks? Yes or no? Right. So, they are complementary goods. Right. Now, what happens to the demand and price with regarding to complementary goods? Right. Very simple. See, in complementary goods, right, let's say bread and jam. We will take example of bread and jam. Right. So, if the price of one complementary good reduces, the demand for the other complementary good increases. See, because if the price for bread reduces, can I say more and more people will eat bread? And what goes well with bread? Jam. So, the demand for jam will increase. In complementary goods, reduction in the price in one good will lead to increase in the demand for other. Simple? Right. And vice versa. Vice versa is, if the price of one complementary good increases, demand for other complementary good decreases. Right. If price of the bread increases, less people will eat bread, and what happens to the demand for jam? Decreases. As simple as that. Right? So, everybody good? Right. Do not get confused between complementary goods and substitute goods. Complementary goods are friendly goods. Right? Jack and Coke. Jack Daniels and Coke. Right? So, whiskey and ice. Right? Whereas, whiskey and rum, are they complementary goods? No, no, no. They are competitive. Right? This thing. Right? So, chai sutta. Right? Cigarette and tea. Right? Like that. So, they are complementary. iPhone, iWatches. Yep. iPhone, iWatches. Yes, there's a complementary. Right? So, mobile and charger. They are complementary. Right? So, then we have another type of goods called substitute goods. Substitute goods are competing each other. They are opposite to each other. They are competitive goods. Right? So, example of substitute good is tea and coffee. Yes? Tea and coffee. Any other, for example. Right? So, chicken and mutton. Right? So, they compete with each other. Right? Now, in substitute goods, right, if the price of one substitute increases, the demand for other substitute increases. See, if the price of tea increases, people will shift to coffee. Some people will shift to coffee, isn't it? So, the demand for the substitute will increase. Yeah? So, vice versa. If the price of one substitute reduces, the demand for other decreases. If the price for tea falls, more people will drink tea, so demand for coffee reduces. Right? See, this will be confusing only if you make it confusing. Otherwise, it's very easy. Right? See, complementary goods are where one price in the fall of one will lead to increase in the demand of other complementary good. Substitute goods are one where increase in the price of one substitute will lead to increase in the demand of other good. Simple? Right. So, a previous year's question. Consider the following statements. Other things remaining unchanged, market demand for a good might increase if. They are asking when will the market demand for a good increases. Right. See, whenever you are answering this kind of conceptual question, take some examples in your mind. That will make it easier. Right. So, they are asking market demand for a good will increase when. So, I will take the good as, give me a name of a good. Let's say coffee. Yeah, I drink coffee. So, I'll take, see, every time do this, okay. So, let's say they will ask, they are asking when will the demand for coffee increases. Right. Let's see that. Price of its substitute increases. So what is the substitute for coffee? Tea. If the price of tea increases, obviously the demand for coffee increases, isn't it? Yes. Price of its complement increases. No, ulta, no. Oh, with coffee, what is the complement of coffee? Sugar. So if the price of sugar increases, coffee demand will decrease. So this cannot happen, right? Now, the good is an inferior good. If a good is inferior, will it lead to more demand or not? If the good is inferior, low quality, will you demand more good? No, obviously no, right? Its price falls. If the price falls, demand increases. So the answer is 1 and 4 only. Simple, no? See, again, what you have to do is, see, price of its substitute increases, yes, then demand will increase. Now, price of its complement increases, then its demand will reduce, isn't it? So, let's see. Let us eliminate all the options. Which of the above statements are correct? Right. So, 2 cannot be in the answer. Let's eliminate options which have 2. We are done with 2 options. Right. We know 1 should be there. 1 is in both. Now, your chances have reduced to 50-50. Right. This is what you have to do in exam. Right. Then, yes, let's say you don't know, you are confused about statement 3. Okay. But its price falls, demand should increase. 4 should be in the answer. But it's still there. This is a 50-50 question. Yes. 3. If a good is an inferior good. Right. See, if the income of the consumer increases. If your income increases, will you go for an inferior good or a superior good? Superior good. So, that cannot be in the answer. Right. Keep it simple, guys. That is the mantra here. Yeah. So, the answer is 1. Yeah. 1 and 4 only. Yeah. This is a previous year's question. Right. See, again and again, there's one thing I'll say again and again, with regarding to prelims, right, that keep it simple. All the subjects, keep it simple, right. That is why CSK has been successful and RCB has not, right, because, you give no matter whom to, Dhoni, he will win. Right, haters will say he match fixes, but that's secondary, right? So, but the thing is, no, see, I mean, Shubham Dubey was in Bangalore. Now he's going to Chennai and he's hitting us, right? Because the RCB team tends to make things complicated, where Dhoni has this capacity to make things as simple as possible, isn't it? So keep it simple, yeah. So let's move on to supply. Demand is one aspect. Then next is supply. Right? Now, yes, supply of goods and services. See, can I say demand of goods and services from the consumer's point of view? We demand goods and services. Supply of goods and services from the producer's point of view. Yes? Right. Now, what determines the supply? How is supply increased or decreased? Again, yes. Price of a product, right? Price of a product determines supply, yes or no? I'll talk about that a little bit later on, right? Now, number of sellers, if there is more number of sellers, then supply will increase. If less number of sellers, then it will decrease, right? Now, prices of related goods, of course, right? Now, price of input, cost of production, will that have an impact on supply? Yes or no? Yes, right. Technology. If the technology is good, you can produce more, right? You can supply more, right? Now, government policy. Yes, government, whether, government can, make it very strict to produce some goods. So, supply of that good reduces, vice versa. Yes, right. Industry size. If there is, industries are producing one type of good more, right? More supply. So, future expectations. Right, these are some of the determinants of supply, easy ones, isn't it? Now, law of supply. See, like law of demand, there is law of supply. Law of supply says that every other factor being constant, right, if the price of a good increases, the supply increases. Right? Because when the price of a good increases, it is more profitable for the producer, isn't it? He will produce more and more. Yes or no? Right? So according to the law of supply, every other factor being the same, right? If the price increases, the supply increases. And if the price decreases, supply also decreases. Yeah? So this is law of supply. Now, now the law of supply and demand. See, the law of supply and demand shows the impact of supply and demand on the price of a product. Right? So see, if supply is more than demand, what happens to the price? Price is less. Price will reduce. That means, see, demand is less, but there is more supply. Right? Nobody is asking economics teacher, but there are 10 economics teacher. So the price of economics teacher will be less because supply is more than the demand. So price will reduce. Yeah. So next, if supply is less than demand, then price will increase. Right? See, demand is 10, but supply is 100. We have 90 extra units, isn't it? So obviously price will come down. Right? Whereas supply is 10, but demand is 100. We have a shortage of 90 units. So on this available resource, there will be more pressure, no? So price will be more. Yeah. So this is law of demand and supply. Right. Then there is another law called law of diminishing marginal utility. Okay. See, and one more thing, guys, in an exam, they will use unnecessary complicated words. Right. Do not get scared. Like, instead of asking demand, they will say aggregate demand. Aggregate is nothing but total, isn't it? So, have a confidence to say, yes, I know it. Right? You should not think, okay, I have never heard about aggregate demand. Right? Demand is individual, aggregate is total. Right? So, now, law of diminishing marginal utility. What do you mean by utility? Right? The use of a particular thing. Right? So the law of diminishing marginal utility says that, right, see, when consumption increases, the utility derived from the goods reduces. Right? That means it says that, the more and more you consume a particular product, the satisfaction you get, right, the utility you get out of each additional unit reduces. Right? For example, let's say you are very hungry. Right? So you are hungry and you will eat one apple. So the satisfaction you get in the first apple is the highest. Can I say that? Right. Then again you will eat the second apple. Now the utility comes down. Right. Third apple, the satisfaction reduces further. Right. Fourth apple reduces further. Fifth reduces apple. And after that, the utility becomes negative. That means negative is when you eat too much and you get loose motions. Right. That is the negative utility. Right. So this is what the law of diminishing marginal utility says. That means the higher the consumption, the satisfaction that you get reduces. See, can anything give you the satisfaction of your first bike? You might have a better bike later on, isn't it? But the first cycle, the first bike, the first boyfriend, girlfriend, right? So, they say the first love, right? So, no matter how toxic it is, still, so the utility is very high, but later on, it starts reducing, right? This is the concept of diminishing marginal utility, the law of diminishing marginal utility, right? However, there are certain exemptions to diminishing marginal utility. Right? See, this is the, this thing. Yeah. So the first product, highest utility. Second, less. Third, less. After a while, it will become negative. Right? So, but there are exemptions to the marginal utility theory. The exemptions are, see, addictions do not come under this law. Right? Alcohol addiction, drug addiction, etc. Right? Here it does not reduce us. The more you drink, the more pegs you want. Right? This is kind of, weird. Right? So, 3 pegs, 4 pegs, 5 pegs, 6 pegs, the, utility increases. Right? Or, drug addiction. Right? If you are snorting cocaine, the more lines you want. Right? So, because that's why people die. Because, the marginal utility is not reducing. They don't know when to stop. See, when the marginal utility reduces, you feel like stopping, isn't it? But, in alcohol consumption or drug addiction, people get overdosed because of this. Because, they don't want to stop. They're getting more, this thing. Right? Utility is increasing. This is an exception to this. Right? Now, in hobbies, right? Rare items and hobbies. If you're collecting rare items, obviously another new rare item will make the satisfaction higher, not lesser. Hobbies also the same case. And irrational decision, of course. Irrational decision, if you're not deciding in a sound mind, it will not hold good. Right? So, especially addiction, hobbies, rare items are exemption to law of diminishing marginal utility. Okay. What? Break. Do they give break? Yes? Don't lie. Yes? Okay. I'll take a break for 10 minutes. Yeah? Any questions, guys? No? Okay. I'll try to cover as many as possible, especially from the conceptual and current related aspects. Right? I'll cover the budget, the economic survey. Economic survey I will not cover separately, but in each topic I will cover economic survey. Right? So topic wise, for example, if I am talking about external sector, then I'll talk about FDI, what has been told about FDI in the economic survey, like that, both conceptual as well as factual. Yeah. Okay, so let's now talk about the branches of economics. See, they may not ask a direct question on this, but it's important to know it. Okay. See, like any other modern day subject, economics also has branches. Right? In history, we have ancient, medieval, modern, geography, physical geography, human geography, like that. Broadly, economics is classified into two branches, that is macroeconomics and microeconomics. The word macro and micro comes from Greek word which means big and small. Macro means big, whereas micro means small. Right? There is another type of new branch which I will talk about later on. But first, right, what do you mean by macroeconomics and what do you mean by microeconomics? See, to put it very simply, macroeconomics deals with the big picture of economics. Right? See, and micro, that is small, deals with this small picture. Right? That means macroeconomics studies the economy of a unit as a whole. Right? When you study the economic unit, a unit can be, if you study the economy of a whole country, right, that is macroeconomics. Right? Microeconomics is when you study individual units in an economy, the individual behavior of, units, that is microeconomics. To put it very simply, see, macroeconomics is study of the forest, whereas microeconomics is the study of trees, individual trees, as simple as that. Right? So, all the big picture or the broader pictures are covered under macroeconomics. Right? See, when we take an entire economy of a unit and study it, it becomes macroeconomics. Right? See, if we study the economy of a village, take village as one unit and study, that is macroeconomics. Right? If we take country as a whole, it is a macroeconomics. If we take state as a whole, it is macroeconomics. But when we study individual economic behavior of one family, one household, one company, one factory, that is microeconomics. Simple, right? Are they related? Macro and micro, are they related? To understand forest, you have to know about trees, isn't it? Right? But macroeconomics is an average understanding. We do not give importance to each and every individual unit. In macroeconomics, we take average, percentage, etc. Right? Microeconomics is more deeper study of things. Right? Now, macroeconomics deals with bigger concepts, right? Such as the national output, the total goods and services produced in the country, because we are taking the whole country as a whole, isn't it? Right? The GDP, national income of a country. Inflation is a macroeconomic concept. Why? If I say price rise is there in India, I am taking the country as a whole, right? Inflation, right? National income, GDP, GNP, unemployment. We say unemployment in India, right? We are not talking about unemployment among 10 people, isn't it? Right? So unemployment, inflation, so these are the bigger pictures, right? That is what macroeconomics deals with. Microeconomics, on the other hand, deals with, see, individual economic choices, right? What one person, one consumer is demanding, right? What is one producer supplying? Decision of companies, actions, economic actions of companies, right? Industries, etc. Right? Decisions of individual consumers, right? Households, labor economics, individual laborer, etc. Right? So this is what microeconomics means. Right? Now, what about demand and supply? See, demand and supply, the normal demand and supply comes under microeconomics, whereas aggregate demand and supply comes under macroeconomics. As simple as that, right? Are they related though? Are macroeconomics and microeconomics related? Yes, macroeconomics and microeconomics are interdependent and complementary to each other. See, to understand the forest, we have to understand, study the trees, isn't it? See, for example, to understand the concept of inflation, right, we have to understand the prices of individual goods and services. Right, prices of individual goods and services put together will lead to inflation. Can I say that? Right. To understand employment or unemployment, we have to understand the employment opportunities in the individual companies and firms. Yes or no? Yes or no? Right. So they are relevant to each other. Right. So these are the two branches of economics, and there is another branch. See, now macroeconomics studies economy from a top-down approach. Right? Macroeconomics undertakes a top-down approach, whereas microeconomics has a bottom-up approach. Right? Studies from the low level to higher level. Getting my point? So microeconomics starts from the individual unit and then goes up. Right? Whereas macroeconomics studies from the upper level. Right? So then there is another branch of economics called mesoeconomics. Micro, macro and meso. This is of new origin. Right. Now, mesoeconomics studies the intermediary aspects of an economy. What do you mean by intermediary? Right. See, the overall national output is studied by whom? Macro. Right. And output of individual company is studied by micro. Then there is an intermediary that is one output of a sector like agricultural sector or industry sector. Getting my point? The intermediary level is studied by mesoeconomics. This is of a new origin, right? So now, very quickly, let us deal with economic systems, right? What do you mean by economic systems? See, every country has to organize their economic activities. Is that right? Right. That is what to produce, how to produce, how much to produce. Different countries decide this in a different basis. Yes. Now, not all the countries have the same rules and regulations with regarding to production, distribution, etc. Right. Now, who should produce it? Who should control the economic activities, etc. These are different. Right. And depending on this difference, countries are divided into different economic systems. Right. Now, what do you mean by economic systems? In the contemporary world, there are 3 types of economic systems. Very important, basic, right? The types of economic systems are market economy, command economy, and mixed economy. Okay. Now, before that, what do you mean by factors of production? No, that's the example of factors of production. What do you mean by it? Factors of production are the most essential elements without which production is not possible. Production of any good or service is not possible, right? So they are the most important basic element to produce anything. And the factors of production are land, labor, capital, and organization or entrepreneur. See, without land, can we produce anything, right? Without labor, what do you mean by labor? What do you mean by labor? See, this is what UPSC will do. Labor is the effort. Laborer does not mean the person. Labor means the effort. Laborer is the person, right? So, you need effort to produce anything, right? See, we say a pregnant woman is in labor. What does that mean? That means she has gone to work. That is putting the effort. She is putting the effort, right? Labor. Then capital, that is different type of investment needed, and we need a company to organize all these activities, isn't it? So these are factors of production, right? Now, this in different capital systems, different market systems, these factors of production are owned and organized in different way, right? So on the basis of how an economy is structured, their economies are divided into market economy, command economy, and mixed economy. Now, what do you mean by market economy? See, market economy is also called as capitalist economy, free market economy, or laissez-faire economy. Have you heard about this word? Capitalism, right? Now, what do you mean by this? See, now I will use these words interchangeably, okay? When in order to say market economy, I will say capitalist economy. They are the same, right? So, in a market economy is the first formal economic system that took birth after 1776. See, it is the Adam Smith, it is the book published by Adam Smith and the teaching of his followers that led to the birth of a capitalist system, market system called capitalism or free market economy or laissez-faire economy. So this capitalist economic system was adopted by the North American countries and Western European countries first, right? And when these countries adopted this capitalist economic system, these countries which adopted them saw huge economic growth for initial couple of centuries, right? Now, what do you mean by this? What is the background of this? See, Adam Smith and his followers, they are called as liberals, right? They believe in, in a principle that human beings know what is good for them, right? Nobody should tell, right, human beings what to do or what not to do, right? They say, human beings are rational people. They know what is good for them. So they should produce and consume goods and services which are good for them, right? So according to capitalists, state or the government should not intervene in economic activities. They should not, tell the people what to produce, how to produce, what to consume, what not to consume, etc. They say market should be free of government intervention, right? That's where the word laissez-faire comes from. Laissez-faire is a French word which means non-intervention of the government in economic activities. So government should have as less intervention as possible, right? So now, see, they say that individuals know what is good for them, and for any human being, his or her self-interest is of most importance, right? Every individual will try to protect his self-interest, right? And thereby trying to protect their self-interest, they will make sure that nothing wrong happens in the economy, right? For example, because when they said government should not intervene in the economic activities, the question arose, who will control the economy then, right? Because government is not intervening here. Then they said the invisible hand of self-interest of human beings will act as a correcting mechanism. That means what they're saying is, see, if a company is there, if it produces low quality goods, will the people buy them? Because for people, their self-interest is the most important thing. Can I say that? So obviously people will not buy low quality goods. So obviously the profit of that company will reduce, isn't it? So this self-interest of people will correct this. It will act as an invisible hand correcting it. Getting my point? Now that company has to correct its mistake, otherwise they will suffer losses. Yes or no? Right. So this, on the basis of this premise, capitalist economy took birth. Right. So now let us quickly understand the features of capitalist economy. Right. Capitalist economy or free market economy is a market-led economy. That means every economic decisions such as what to produce, how much to produce, how much should be the price, etc. is determined by the market forces of demand and supply. If there is more demand, more goods will be supplied, produced. Right. If there is more price for it, more supply will happen. Right. Nobody intervenes in it. Government does not intervene in it. It is completely dependent on the market forces of demand and supply. Understood? Right. Now, limited government intervention. Right. That is, in economic activities, government has very less intervention. That means government is supposed to undertake only conventional activities such as providing law and order, defense, right, social welfare, etc. Government should not involve itself in producing and selling of goods and services. Right. There should be very less intervention of the government in the market system. Right. Economic activities. Right. And then, yes, in a capitalist economy, government is a facilitator and not doer. That means the government will not produce goods and services. Who will produce it? Private companies, private individuals will produce goods and services. They will not, government will not directly participate in production, etc. Okay. So now, and factors of production are privately owned in capitalist economy. That means government has very less factors of production. Right. Why? Because government is not allowed to produce goods and services, isn't it? Or in a limited way, at least. Right. Then, yes, as I have said, motive of self-interest is a prime thing in capitalist economy. They say for everybody, their own self-interest is of utmost importance. Right. A company will try to protect their self-interest. Right. A consumer will try to protect his own self-interest. An employee will try to get as much salary as possible. Right. Right. So all this self-interest will act as an invisible hand which will maintain or balance the market. Right. So this is about, yes. And see, in a capitalist economy, because government intervention is less, right, people can participate more and more in economic activities of producing goods and services, and hence there is more competition in capitalist economy. Right. Because government is not intervening. Government is not telling what to do, what not to do. Right. So when there is more competition, automatically it leads to what? More efficiency in the economy. Can I say that? Competition is efficiency. Right. Now, more competition and more efficiency leads to better production of goods and services, better quality of goods and services, which provides more freedom of choice to the consumers also. Right. These are some of the features of capitalist economy. Right. See, the major features of capitalist economy is that factors of production are mostly owned by whom? Private individuals, private companies, right? Government is not involved in production of goods and services and selling them, right? That means in a purely capitalist economy, government companies do not exist. Getting my point? Right? In a purely capitalist economy, right? So now, advantages and disadvantages of capitalism. See, this can be a question because there is a lot of debate going on, right? I'll talk about that a little bit later on, right? So, is Indian government leaning more towards capitalistic principles? Yes. Right. See, you have to understand this. I'll talk about this a little bit later on. See, when UPA government comes to power, UPA or Congress has this thing to lean towards socialism. Right. Whereas NDA or BJP ruled governments have a tendency to lean towards capitalism. That means, BJP believes that, government should not involve itself in the business or economic activities. They believe that, the government intervention should be as less as possible, because Narendra Modi ji had once said, government has no business to be in business. Right. That's where they are talking about privatization, disinvestment. Heard about this? I'll talk about that. Right. So capital system is where more private people are in the economic activities, and government has very less. Right. Now, what are the advantages? See, examples of capitalist economy, right, is USA. Very good example of capitalist economy is USA. In USA, most of the factors of production are owned by private people. Government intervenes in the economic activities very less, very rarely. Right? Now, what are the advantages and disadvantages of capitalism? Yes, capitalism has a lot of advantages as well as disadvantages. Right? It's a two-edged sword. Right? One of the advantages of capitalism is that there is because of less government intervention, there is more freedom for people to intervene in economic activities, right? Which makes more and more people participate in production of goods and services, leading to more production of goods and services, right? More competition, more efficiency, better choice for the consumers, right? And capitalism, it rewards innovation and creativity. Because see, in capitalism, private people participate. What is the motive of private people? Profit, right? So when profit will attract people to create and innovate new type of goods and services, etc., because it is profitable for them, right? So it it rewards innovation and creativity. It leads to more investment, and put together, capitalism usually leads to more economic growth, faster economic growth, and generation of wealth. Yes, right. However, see, those countries which adopted capitalism from 1776 onwards, for a couple of centuries, countries like America or Western European countries like UK, etc., right, they enjoyed enormous economic growth. However, this economic growth, these countries which were following capitalism started having problem by the end of 1800s and by the beginning of 1900s. Right. And in 1929, these capitalist countries collapsed, causing Great American Depression in 1929. Okay. Why did these countries collapse? I'll talk about depression a little bit later on. Right. Recession, depression, etc. Right. Why did these countries collapse? Right. These countries collapsed because of the disadvantages of capitalist economy. Right. Capitalist economy, even though was leading to huge economic growth, there were many inherent, problems in it, right? The problems was that capitalism usually leads to inequality. Capitalism increases the gap between the rich and the poor. It decreases the gap between the haves and the have-nots, right? Why? Because see, in capitalism, governmental intervention in economic activities is less, isn't it? Everybody is allowed to participate equally. But are everybody equal? Right? Treating everybody equally is not equality. Supreme Court itself has said that treating unequals equally is not equality. Right? Because can a rich person and a poor person compete equally? No, right? Of course, rich person will survive and poor people cannot survive, cannot compete. Right? So this concept of capitalism of equality was not actually equality. It was actually benefiting the rich people more. Right? See, let's say I have a very good idea than the son of Ambani. Of course, I am smarter than son of Ambani. Most of us are. But can we compete with him? Can we get Radhika Merchant? Absolutely not. If Anant Ambani was not the son of Ambani, do you really think he could have got Radhika Merchant? Hell no. Right. So see, the thing is, it is, even though if I have a super duper idea, can I really compete with him? Capitalism says, okay, it's an equal opportunity, you compete. I cannot survive. So what happens is the rich gets richer and the poor gets poorer. The gap between the rich and the poor increases. Right. When the gap between the rich and poor increases, it will not lead to what? Inclusive economic growth. Yes. Right. So see, that was the biggest problem. See, various reports have said, you might have come across this Oxfam inequality report. Yes or no? Recently, Oxfam inequality report said that 1% of richest Indians own 40% of wealth. Right. So that is the amount of this thing. Right. Forget about India. See, according to a Oxfam report, 1% of the rich in the world, they own 2/3 of all the wealth. Right. That means they have majority of it. Right. So this shows that how much inequality is created. right? Now, see, while talking about this, let me talk about a curve called Kuznets curve. See, because this is a microeconomic concept, they might ask a question. See, Kuznets curve is given by a American economist called Simon Kuznets, right? See, Simon Kuznets is a believer of capitalist economy or a free market economy, right? So, according to Kuznets curve, he said that, right, when there is more and more wealth generation, when more and more generation of wealth happens, automatically it will benefit everybody. It will lead to trickle down and it will benefit most of the people in the country. That is what Kuznets curve says. Kuznets curve says that, more the economic growth, more people will benefit. This is people, this is economic growth, right? He says higher the GDP, more number of people will be benefited by that, right? So, yeah. So, according to this Kuznets curve, when the economy develops, market forces first increases and then decreases economic inequality, right? Kuznets said when economic growth happens, initially, yes, it leads to inequality, but as the economic growth continues, the economic growth benefit will be gotten by many people and it will reduce the inequality. That is what Kuznets curve says. However, this Kuznets curve has been disproved, right? Because, in the 60s and in the 70s, we have seen that many countries are becoming very rich. However, inequality is also increasing. That means because economic growth is being concentrated in few hands, it is not being distributed on a proper way. I will tell you the figures etc. a little bit later on, right? So what does Kuznets curve say? Kuznets curve says that when economic growth increases, it first leads to inequality, then inequality reduces because people will benefit from this economic growth. However, many countries have seen that Kuznets curve has not happened, right? So inequality has not reduced, whereas inequality has increased. Economic growth is happening, at the same time inequality is also increasing, right? So this is one of the biggest problem of capitalism, right? That is the inequality between the rich and the poor. Another disadvantage of capitalism is that it neglects negative externalities. Okay, what do you mean by externalities? See, externality simply means the impact of your action on a third unrelated party, right? So, impact of your, if your action has a positive impact on a third unrelated party, it is called as positive externality. And if your action has a negative impact on a third unrelated party, it is called as negative externality. Unrelated party, that party should not be related, right? What is give me an example of positive externality? Your action leading to positive benefit for a unknown third party. Charity, giving charity, right? See, you give charity not to people you know, isn't it? Right? When you give charity, that's, your action is having a positive impact on a third person. Yes or no? That is positive externality. Negative externality is environmental pollution. Is it not external? No, negative externality. You are going there, you are throwing a plastic in the road. Is it causing problem to a third unrelated party? Right? That is negative externality. Right? And capitalism neglects this negative externalities. That means, right, capitalism gives importance only to the production of goods and services, but what are the negative impacts caused by this is not taken into account by capitalism, right? Because there is no government to control this, because economic activities are free, right? So negative externalities are not taken into account. Yes, and capitalism may encourage harmful production of harmful and sin goods, right? What do you mean by sin goods? Sin goods are like tobacco products, alcohol products, etc. Sin, papa, right? Pap, right? So, because see, capitalism is always, capitalism is a profit-oriented market system, right? And a producer may produce goods and services which are more profitable to him without caring what is needed in the society, isn't it? Because government intervention is less, he has a free hand, right? Harmful goods and sin goods may be produced. Yes, and yes, in capitalism, there is a lack of safety net for poor and needy. For example, see, capitalism is all about taking care of themselves, right? No, for what will people do? Capitalism says if you are capable, you will survive. Otherwise, you will not. Right? You should compete. Right? What about people who are actually in disadvantage, like handicapped people, right? Old people, children, etc. So there is no safety net because government is not intervening here, right? So, and capitalism does not really give importance to the societal needs, social needs, right? For example, see, this is a very important thing, okay? Societal needs. See, capitalism is all about producing goods and services and making profit out of it. But what society needs is not really given importance to. For example, if a producer, he has to produce a whiskey and a Dettol, which is more important for the society? For me, whiskey is, but for the society, it is Dettol. But profit margin on, whiskey is more. So, it may happen so that, in a capitalism, more and more goods and services which are more profitable will be produced rather than giving importance to what society is wanted. This, here we can see what happened during Corona. During Corona, vaccines were produced but not given to African countries. Have you heard about this? This multinational companies of America, which is a capitalist country, and UK, right? They produced vaccines, they hoarded vaccines, and people were dying like mosquitoes in Africa. They were not selling it, right? We will talk about this trade related intellectual property, etc. later on, right? This shows that capitalism alone do not give importance to the societal needs, rather they give importance to their profit, right? So and capitalism usually leads to monopoly. What do you mean by monopoly? Monopoly is where one company has a dominant role in the market, in the production of a particular good or service, isn't it? And monopoly is not good. Is monopoly good? Monopoly is not good because, it makes us dependent on one company, right? All the goods and services will be produced by that, one good will be completely produced by that company. So, whatever that company says, that will be the rule. If that company hikes the price, customers have to pay more because they don't have any alternative, right? And see, have you observed this? Today there is a kind of monopoly in social media because Facebook owns majority of the social media. So Facebook owns Instagram, Facebook owns WhatsApp, etc. And one day, if something happens to Facebook, we will be completely out of social media. This has happened, isn't it? So, monopoly reduces the choices of the consumers, makes us completely dependent on certain companies, right? Which is not good for an economy, yeah? So, it leads to monopoly, and capitalism can also lead to crony capitalism. This word is usually used with regarding to this Adani issue, right? So, crony capitalism, see, that is how you have to understand. They might ask a question because opposition keeps on shouting, no, crony capitalism, crony capitalism. Right. What do you mean by crony capitalism? Crony capitalism means nexus between the politicians and business classes, where politicians give unfavorable benefits to some businessmen at the cost of others. Right. Right. That is what crony capitalism means. Right. So, capitalism can lead to crony capitalism also. See, crony capitalism can lead in these following ways. Right. Crony capitalism means where politicians give favorable benefit to certain business people at the cost of others, right? It can happen, in the form of tax subsidies. That is, tax benefits will be given to one person, one business owner at the cost of others. So there is no level playing field, right? Now, predatory lending. What do you mean by predatory lending? Making the banks give loan to some people at lesser interest rate, right? At a favorable interest rate, government forcing it, right? And when it comes to tenders, giving some favorable tender rules for some company. Have you heard about this? Right? That, and then pay to play behavior. That is, government getting illegal benefits from the businessman to hand him contracts, etc. So all of this are some of the disadvantages of capitalism, and these disadvantages put together had led to many problems in capitalist economic system, which led to the collapsing of many capitalist countries in the 1929 Great American Depression. Okay. So next, let us come to the another type of economic system, that is command economic system. Right. Now, what do you mean by command economic system? See, command economic system is opposite to the capitalist economic system. Command economic system took birth as a reaction against the drawbacks of capitalist economy. Right. Command economic system is also called as state economy, non-market economy. It is also called as planned economy. Right. Command economic system took birth due to the teachings of German philosopher Karl Marx. Right. What are the books written by Karl Marx? Das Kapital and Communist Manifesto. Right. So this German philosopher Karl Marx was the father figure behind the origin of command economic system. See, Karl Marx, right, he wanted to create a classless society. What do you mean by classless? What is a class? Yeah. See, there is class and then there is caste. What are these two? See, this class and caste, they are social stratification. Class and caste are stratifications where it categorizes people as high and low. Yes or no? In both of these things, there's a stratification of people as high and low. Right. In class, we have upper class, middle class, and lower class. Right. In caste, we have upper varna, middle varna, and lower varna. Lower caste, not varna, caste. Right. So there is a stratification. Yes. So I'll come to that. Yes. See, but there is one thing. In caste, mobility is not there. Internal mobility is not there. That means if you are born in lower caste, you will die in lower caste. No matter you become IAS, you become Prime Minister, you become President. Right? Ramnath Kovind was not allowed to a temple once. The President of India, for God's sake. Right? So there is no, and upper caste person, no matter how useless he is, will still be upper caste people, a person only. Right? There is no internal mobility. Whereas class is based on economics, your economy, your money. Right? People who have money are upper class. Right? People who don't have money are lower class. But there is internal mobility. A person born to a lower class can become rich and become a part of upper class, and vice versa. Right? There is internal mobility. And class is achieved by yourself. Right? Whereas caste is prescribed to you by the society. Isn't it? Whether you will belong to upper class or lower class or middle class, can I do that on my own? Can I achieve it? Yes or no? Yes. But can I decide my caste? No. That is given to me by the society. Right. So there are two stratification. And in India and Indian subcontinent, we have both caste as well as class. Right. Whereas in Western, we have mostly class stratification. And Karl Marx was a philosopher who wanted to create a classless society. He wanted to create an egalitarian or equal society of equal people. Right. And to make sure that there is no inequality, everybody is equal, there is no difference in the classes, Karl Marx advocated the command economic system. What is this command economic system? What is the features of command economic system? See, Karl Marx says that production of goods and services, factors of production should not be in the private hand. Right? Goods and services should be produced by the government and it should be distributed by the government. Because if you give factors of production to the private people, it will lead to rich and poor, creation of rich and poor, isn't it? But if the government produces goods and services and distributes it, everybody will be treated equally and it will lead to a classless society. So in a command economic system, the government takes all the decisions with regard to production, distribution, etc. Government decides what to produce, how to produce, for whom to produce, etc. Right? All the factors of production, right? What is factors of production? land, labor, capital, organization, they are government owned or public ownership of factors of production. That is, companies are owned by whom? Government, right? They produce goods, they distribute goods, they fix the prices, they fix the salaries. See, in a command economic system, the market forces of demand and supply play very less role. All the decisions are taken by whom? Government, right? And there is a complete state monopoly in economic activities. For example, North Korea, China are a good example. I'll come to that, right? So they decide everything with regarding to their economy, right? Now, yeah, government fixes the prices. Every market decision, economic decision is taken by the government, right? So these are the features of command economic system. Now there are two types of command economic system, right? You might have come across this, right? The two types of command economic system are socialist economy and communist economy. Heard about this? Right. Now, what is a socialist economy? See, socialist economy was first adopted in 1919 in USSR after the Bolshevik Revolution. Right. So, have you heard about Bolshevik Revolution? Russian Revolution is also called as Bolshevik Revolution. See, what happened in Russia is, before 1919, there was this dynasty called Tsars, right, which ruled Russia, right. And people of Russia, they fought, there was a civil war. They fought against the Tsar dynasty. And this fight of the people was carried on by the Communist Party. And Communist Party was divided into two groups, the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks. Bolshevik was the most popular one. And the leader of Bolsheviks was Vladimir Lenin. Don't write Vladimir Putin, right? So it's Vladimir Lenin, right? And in 1919, in the Russian Revolution, the Communist Party under the leadership of Bolsheviks, under the leadership of Lenin, won. And Lenin became the leader of USSR, and he adopted the socialist economic system for the first time in the world, right? Now, see, socialist economic system is a type of command economy, but there are some differences, right? What is socialist economic system? In socialist economic system, right, government completely controls and regulates the economic activities, right? However, factors of production are owned owned collectively. There is collective ownership of factors of production. This is important. What do you mean by collective ownership? Yeah, what do you mean by collective ownership? See, factors of production means land, labor, capital, organization, right? Land is owned collectively. See, it was owned collectively in the name of Russians, right? It was not owned by any private individuals, but in the collective ownership of Russians. For example, can you give a simple example of collective ownership? See, have you heard about this community owned Kalyana Mantapas? Vakkaliga Kalyana Mantapa, right? Or Veerashaiva Kalyana Mantapa. Is it owned by one individual? No, it is collectively owned by the people of that community. Can I say that? Right. So, collective ownership is an important concept of socialist economy, right? And in socialist economy, private property was allowed to an extent, right? That is, private house, private car, etc. was allowed. Factors of production means what? That is land, labor, capital and organization which is used to produce goods and services and sell them, isn't it? Right. Whereas private property was allowed to an extent in socialist economy, right? Next is communist economy. Another type of command economy is communist economy. Communist economy is a stricter version of command economy, right? See, communist economy was first adopted in China, People's Republic of China, right? After 1949. Again, same, the background is same. China, there was a dynasty, right? And people of China under communists fought against this dynasty, and there was a civil war. And in the civil war, the Communist Party under the leadership of Mao Zedong won, and Mao Zedong became the president of People's Republic of China. And he adopted for the first time the communist economy in the world, right? So communist economy is stricter version. Okay, so what happens in communist economy is all the factors of production are directly owned by the government. It is in the name of ownership of, see, in socialism what happens? It is in the name of the people of Russia. Land will be owned by the farmers of Russia, in the name of farmers of Russia. Right? Government manages it, controls it. But ownership is in the name of the people. But in communism, it is direct ownership of the government. And even private property is not allowed. Right? Even private property is very less allowed in communist economy. Right? So China is an example of communist economy. Right? Now let us talk about the advantages and disadvantages of communist economy, command economy. Right? See, what happened is, command economy, right? Again, there are advantages and disadvantages of command economy as well. What are the advantages of command economy? Because government produced goods and services and distributed it, inequality reduced in command economy. The difference between the rich and the poor reduced because it was not leading to concentration of wealth in few hands. Yes, right. And less inequality. It led to common good. That is, the society as a whole developed. Right. The government used to produce goods and services and give it to the people depending on their needs and requirements. Right. And command economy, right, they saw better social welfare. Right, because government is providing them free education, free health facilities, etc. So social welfare was more in command economy. Right, and command economies also grew quicker. Economy of this command economies grew quickly because of quick mobilization of resources. Right. See, if you see, Russian Revolution ended in 1919. Right. And after that, Russia till 1991 competed with America to a great extent, equally, right? Because Russia started growing very fastly, right? Why? Because in a command economy, resource utilization will be very quick or very easy. How? How so? See, let's say America is an example of capitalist economy, okay? In America, private property is allowed, no? Private ownership is there, right? So America wants to build a dam, and let's say North Korea is an example of command economy or communist economy, right? And North Korea, or let's say China wants to build a dam, right? So here, see, when you build a dam, you have to acquire land, right? Lot of agricultural land and other lands will be submerged, right? So in America, you have to provide compensation, you have to take permission from the people whose land is being submerged, etc. They will go to court, they will go to oppose it, etc. Mobilization of resource becomes a little tedious. Can I say that? But in China, what happens? The land is owned by whom? Government. People can't say shit, right? If land is being submerged, whose land is being submerged? Government's. You just have to leave. Right, so mobilization of resources becomes quicker, and this will lead to quicker or faster economic growth. This led to faster economic growth in command economic system, led to better social welfare because of free provision of services like education, health, right? And then command economic system, the advantage is it prevented private monopolies, right? That is, one private company controlling the market was prevented because who was the main player in the economy? Government, right? These were the advantages, and because of these advantages, during the initial periods of this, command economies, these countries saw fast economic growth, good social welfare, etc. However, there were many disadvantages of command economic system also. What are the disadvantages? See, the disadvantages here are, right, in a command economic system, government is the only player in economy. Can I say that? So, when the government is the only player, what happens? It leads to complacency. Complacency matlab? Lethargy. Right? Right? Because they were producing the goods and services, they are distributing the goods and services, and there were no alternatives. So, because there was lack of competition led to lack of lethargy, lack of competition led to lethargy. Lethargy led to lethargy led to complacency. Right? There was no efficiency. Right? This led to poor quality of goods and services being produced in the command economic system, because competition is always required. It led to inefficiency. And also command economic system, right, it limits the liberties and personal rights, because see, everything is produced and given by the government. Right? There is no choice for the people. Right? So if there is a car being produced, government is deciding which car to produce, and they will produce that car and you have to buy that car because there is no other option. Getting my point? Right? So personal liberty and freedom was curtailed. But for human beings, that is a very basic need, basic instinct. Being free is a very basic thing for human beings. Can I say that? Would you like to be, in a house which has all the facilities, right? Every modern facilities in the world, but you cannot, act on your free will. Would you like to be there? Right? Freedom is very important, isn't it? So that hurt this thing. And yes, right, consumer preferences were not given importance. Right? Government produced and gave goods which they thought is needed by the people. Right? And see, and in command economic system, yes, innovation and creativity was less. Right? Because see, there was no private ownership, and if somebody innovated or created something new, that person would not get the benefit because every production was under government, isn't it? Right? So people were not really bothered about innovating or creating something. They were like, Q risk lene ka. Yenak sumne namgenu labha baralla. Right? Because see, if you see the gun AK, have you heard about AK-47, AK-56? Right? This was invented by Kalashnikov, a Russian. Right? But when he died penniless. Right? He was bankrupt. He did not have anything because he invented this gun, that gun is even used today, right, all across the world, right, favorite toy of Pakistanis, right. So now, but that person did not make money because that production was done by the government of Russia. He did not get any benefit. Yeah, he was given one medal. What will he do with the medal, right? So innovation and creativity, is hindered in this thing because it does not give any profit. Right. So that is another disadvantage. And see, even all of this put together, right, led to problems in command economic system. See, when there is no liberty for the people, what happened is people started leaving those countries. Even though they were getting free education, free health, still no liberty. Right? No good quality of goods and services. Right? And people started revolting against the governments, etc. And this led to problems and civil wars in most of the command economies also. Right? So this is the disadvantage of command economic system. Right? In this background, we come to another type called mixed economic system. But before that, see, understand this. As of today, there is no country which is purely capitalist or no country which is purely command, right? But still, we classify some countries as capitalist countries and some countries as communist countries, right? On the basis of how much they lean towards it, right? An example of capitalist country is USA. Because in USA, most of the factors of production are privately owned. A little bit of factors of production are owned by government, but majority of it is owned by private. And in USA, government intervenes in the economic activities, but very rarely. Right? Most of the time, the market is free. Okay, that's why, the leaning of USA is too much towards capitalism. It's not 100% purely capitalist. Right? So, still that's why we call USA as capitalist country. Right? And then China is an example of communist country. Don't worry, they will not ask a list of this. Right? I just know. But still, in China also, it is not a purely communist country. Right? There is a little bit of, for example, Alibaba is there now, which is a private company. Jack Ma, heard about this? But most of the factors of production are government owned. And even though a little bit of private ownership is allowed, they are very strictly controlled by the government, regulated by the government. Right? There is very less freedom for the private individuals also. For example, you might have read about this, that Jack Ma had once criticized the Chinese government. After that 6 months, nobody knew where Jack Ma was. Jack Ma, Jack Papa, nobody knew where he was. Then he resurfaced after 6 months. From after that, he has never uttered a word. बहुत मारे होंगे उसको, right? So that's how much is the control of government in communist this thing, right? So China leans too much towards communism, and North Korea too strictly towards this thing, right? So now let us come to mixed economy. See, what happened in 1945? Yeah, in 1945, World War II came to an end, right? So what happened is, in World War II, it broke the backbone of all the colonial powers, European colonial powers, right? For example, England was a very big colonial power. They had a lot of colonies. Can I say that? French was a colonial power. Italy was a colonial power. Germany they had colonies in Asia, Africa, Latin America, etc. But because this Second World War, they fought with themselves, all of them became very, less powerful. And during this time, most of these colonies, they fought for freedom and they started getting freedom. Right? If you see the world history, right, most of the countries of Asia, Africa and Latin America got freedom after 1945. Right? So this is because of one of the result of Second World War. Right? And these newly independent countries, they wanted to adopt an economic system in their countries, isn't it? Now they had a dilemma of which economic system to adopt, right? Because these countries had seen the positives and negatives of capitalism also. These countries had seen the positives and negatives of the command economic system also, right? And in this background, right, the concept of mixed capitalism took birth, right? The concept of mixed capitalism was given, right, basically by British economist John Maynard Keynes, right? James Keynes. In 1936, he wrote a book called The General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money, right? So, mixed economy, as the name says, is nothing but a mix of capitalism as well as a mix of command economic system. Mixed economic system borrows the good things from capitalism as well as good things from command economic system, mixes it, right? It is a synthesis, it's a combination of both command economic system as well as capitalism. We have tried to borrow good from everything, right? So what are the features of it, mixed economic system? See, in mixed economic system, we see coexistence of government as well as private. See, that means factors of production are owned by private people as well as government. See, in a capitalist economy, right, companies are mostly owned by private people. Can I say that? In command economy, they are mostly owned by government. But in mixed economy, there are private companies, there are government companies. There are government schools, there are private schools. There are government hospitals, there are private hospitals. Right? So there is a coexistence. See, here, what happens is, in a capitalist economy, when there is only private companies, poor people will be hurt because they will not be able to buy goods from private company because the cost is high, right? In command economy, only government production will happen, the quality is low, people will not be satisfied. But mixed economy is a win-win situation. Rich people can go to private, poor people who cannot afford can at least get the services from the government, isn't it? So coexistence is very important here, right? Yes, even though there is coexistence, government regulates the economy, right? Government plans the economy here, right? And factors of production is owned by both public as well as private, right? So it leads to both social welfare as well as economic growth. See, if you see, mixed economy is the best economy. If you properly implement the economic system, mixed economy is the best economy because it gets, it borrows the good thing from this thing. See, mixed economy means it's not that 50% private and 50% government, right? It differs from country to country, right? See, most of the countries today are mixed economy, right? So the examples of mixed economy are India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, South Africa, Brazil, right? Even Russia to an extent is mixed economy, even though more leaning towards socialism, right? Still is a mixed economy. France is a mixed economy, right? So they won't ask a list, right? Now, but these are the examples. Is Pakistan? Is there any economic system in Pakistan? Right. So if there is, yes, I think it's also a mixed economy, right? So, but if implemented properly, that's the best one, right? See, however, how much government ownership is there? How much private ownership is there? It depends on country to country, and it depends on government to government. As I have said, when Congress comes to power, we tend to lean more towards nationalization or government, government control of economy more, right? Congress, they have the habit of, starting more and more government companies, right? When NDA or BJP comes to power, they have a tendency to lean more and more towards capitalistic principles. That is, they sell the government assets, they sell the government companies to the private people, etc. So it depends, right? So this is about advantages and disadvantages. This is about mixed economy. These are the types of capitalist systems, right? They will ask some basic questions on this. Okay, so everybody good? Right, let's practice some question. The concept of invisible hand propagated by Adam Smith means every person, by looking out for themselves, inadvertently helps to create the best outcome for all. A wealthy nation is one that is populated with citizens working productively. An institutional framework is necessary to steer humans towards productive pursuits that are beneficial to the society. None of the above. Answer is A. The answer is A. Invisible hand means, the self-interest of everybody will try to balance everything out, leading to a best possible outcome for everybody, right? Now, which type of economy can also be called as dual economy? Mixed economy. The answer is mixed economy. It's a dual economy because it's a mixture of capitalism as well as command economic system, yeah? Right. Now, the concept of collective ownership is under communism only, socialism only, both A and B, neither. The concept of socialism only, because in communism there is no collective ownership, there is direct government ownership, right? So that's why I have given A and B, to confuse you, right? Only socialism, as simple as that, right? Right. The French word laissez-faire means hands off, hands on, hands around, no hands. Hands off. See, because it's not no hands, because government will be there. Hands will be there, but government will not intervene. So hands off. Right? See, this is what UPSC is going to do. No hands means government will not be there only. Right? But government will be there, no? So, yes. Now, let's move on to the sectors of an economy. Right? See, in an economy, various type of goods and services are produced. Right? There are various occupations which produce different type of goods and services. Can I say that? And each this thing has their own problems, their own issues, their own potentials, their own strength. Yes or no? See, in an economy, even rice is produced, and at the same time, even tobacco is produced. Right? Not tobacco, rice is produced, and there is iron is produced. Right? But can we put both of them in the same category? No, they are different type of production, isn't it? Different. See, in an economy, there are various economic activities. Right? And each activity has their own different characteristics. They have their own problems, their own strengths, their own weaknesses. Right? So, categorizing this, the separately is very important to identify what are the problems faced by them. Right? We cannot mix it up. Can I say that? Right? Fishing and textile, they are not the same. They don't have the same problem. We cannot mix it up. Right? So, it is very important we categorize the economic activities in an economy. Right? So, to have a proper understanding, economic activities in a country are mainly divided into three sectors, right? What are these three sectors? Primary sector, secondary sector and tertiary sector, right? Now see, UPSC will give you a list of economic activities and ask you to answer which sector does it come in, right? Now there are thousands of economic activities, you cannot by heart all of it, right? See, I think I might have already told this in some of the previous classes. Whenever you are preparing for UPSC, you have to see the cost benefit ratio, right? Let's say in United Nations organization, how many countries are there? 193? 193, right? So, should you make a list of all the 183 countries, by heart it and try to remember is? Should you? Yes. See, there is a difference between should and can you. Should I get Deepika Padukone as my girlfriend? Yes. Can I get Deepika Padukone as my girlfriend? No. Right. There's a difference between should you and can you. Right. Should you list all the 193 countries? By heart it? Maybe yes. Should you study 18 hours a day? Maybe yes. But is it possible? That's the question. Should you? Yes. But is it possible? Is it beneficial? That's the question. Right. To make a list of 193 countries, by heart it, revise it, what's the cost? 15 days? And yet there is no guarantee that you will remember. Then what is the benefit? How many questions may come? 1, maybe 2. Right. So the cost benefit ratio is not favorable here. Right. So it's not advisable to do it. Right. So because they might ask some random this thing, but use this 15 days to read fundamental rights, fundamental duties, DPSPs, etc. 3 to 4 questions pakka. Right. This is the cost benefit ratio I'm talking about. Hanganta, right, every difficult topic you should not say, hey, cost benefit ratio is not there, so I will not study. Don't do that. Right. So yes, why am I saying this is? Yes, there are hundreds of economic activities. Right. So you cannot make a list of all of it. So let us try to understand the concept behind this. Primary sector, secondary sector and tertiary sector. Now what do you mean by primary sector? Which are the activities which we will classify as primary sector? Agriculture, correct. What is the criteria? See, any activity which produces goods through direct utilization of natural resources, they are classified as primary sector. That is very important. Through direct utilization of natural resources. Right? If you directly utilize the natural resources and produce goods out of that, that is primary sector. As simple as that. Right? So examples of primary sectors are, see now no matter how many examples they give, do not get confused. See whether there is direct utilization of natural resources and production of goods. Right? Now examples of primary sector are agriculture. Is there direct utilization? Land, soil, water, seeds. Right? Animal husbandry. Right? Fishing. What about fishing? Yes. Fishing. What about forestry? Yes. Lumbering. Lumbering means cutting trees. No. Yes. Direct utilization of natural resources and we are producing goods. Right. See, I am saying lumbering. I am not saying producing tables. Right. Lumbering is primary sector. Horticulture. Right. So, floriculture. Right. Beekeeping. Yes or no? Beekeeping. Bee is a natural resource. Yeah. Fishing. Right. All of this. Bamboo cultivation. Anything like that. Right. So, if there is a direct utilization of natural resources and production of the goods, right, that has to be primary sector. Right. I will talk about the percentage, etc. later on. First, understand this concept. Right. Now, see, it is called as primary sector because the goods produced in the primary sector forms the base for all other sectors. Isn't it? Yes or no? Right. So, and people working in the primary sector are called as red-collared people. Red collar. Have you heard about white, blue collar? Right. Agriculture is called as red collar because they, sweat, they give sweat and blood and all that, So for that red collar, this thing. right? And understand one thing, guys, here. Yeah. Now, what about mining? In India? Yeah. See, be very careful about this. See, in many countries, especially many developing countries, primary sector is considered, mining is considered in the primary sector. Right? Even in NCERT it is given so. So, mining is considered as a part of primary sector in many developing countries and less developed countries. But in India and many developed countries, mining and quarrying is considered as a part of secondary sector. Right? So, if you don't trust me, this is the economic survey, right? That is the government publication of India, and mining and quarrying comes under secondary sector. And even Nitin Sangania, it's neatly given that, see, this is the confusion. A lot of people have confusion with regarding to that. Yes, in NCERT it is given that mining is in the primary sector, right? But that is in the least developed and developing countries. But India and developed countries, right, mining is included in the secondary sector. So, see what the question is asking about. If they generally ask where mining comes, it is primary sector. But in India, if they specifically ask India, it has to be in the secondary sector, right? So, there is a little bit of confusion about this. So, now this is about primary sector. Now, secondary sector. What do you mean by secondary sector? Secondary sector is also called as industrial sector, right? See, what happens in secondary sector is, see, secondary sector uses the output of primary sector as input. See, this is the primary sector. Whatever is the output of the primary sector is used as input for the secondary sector, right? The output of the primary sector is the raw material for the secondary sector. In secondary sector, we produce goods and services by using manufacturing processes, by using factories, machineries, equipments, etc. And in the secondary sector, there will be changes, there will be changes made in the physical and chemical composition of the input, and new type of goods and services will be produced. Not services, goods will be produced. For example, see, bamboo is the output of primary sector. Can I say that? Yes or no? That's the output. Now, that will be used as an input to the paper factory. Yes or no? Now, this bamboo, there will be chemical and physical composition will be changed, no? Through the utilization of manufacturing processes, industries, equipments, etc. Then it becomes paper, which is a part of secondary sector, right? We have to see two things here: whether there is a use of manufacturing process, whether there is a chemical or physical change in the composition of the good. Yes or no? Right? For example, growing wheat, it is a part of which sector? Primary sector, right? Biscuit production, secondary sector. As simple as that, right? Fishing is a part of primary sector. Fish oil production, because of course if you catch fish and if you do this, you won't get oil, no? Right? So you have to make sure that it goes through the manufacturing. There is a chemical and chemical composition changes should happen, etc. Right? So that is secondary sector. Right? Now, examples of secondary sector are obviously manufacturing, mining and quarrying. Right? So production of energy. Right? Production of energy, electricity production, right, is a secondary sector, isn't it? Because even though water is falling, without equipments, etc., we cannot produce this electricity, right? So any type of energy production, right, is a part of secondary sector. And people working in the secondary sector jobs mostly are called as blue collared workers. Yeah. So next is tertiary sector. Tertiary sector, also called as service sector. See, in the primary and the secondary sector, we are discussing about those activities which produces goods. But in an economy, even services are produced. Services are sold and purchased. Can I say that? What is the difference between goods and services? The physical tangibility, right? So, services you cannot physically feel. Goods you can physically feel. Can I say that? The physical tangibility here is important. In services, we don't have physical tangibility, right? So, service sector includes all those activities which produces services, right? Examples of services: banking. Banking is a service, isn't it? Right. So, in bank, they don't give you any good. They give you a service, isn't it? Right. Insurance, education, health, transportation, communication, right? Yes or no? Anything else? Transportation. See, but I said, transportation, I said, service sectors are those where physical tangibility is not there. But transportation, for example, if you are going in a bus, it is physical, no? Then how can it come in service sector? Because you cannot take the bus to your house. You can only use the service provided by that bus, isn't it? You are not buying the good there, you are taking the service. See, in education, I said, there is no physical tangibility, but you can touch and feel me, but you can't take me home, right? So, only the service provided here, right? So, yeah. See, why am I saying this? Because UPSC is going to confuse you like that, right? So, examples, yes, transportation. What about other things? Give me examples. Yes, hotels and restaurants, right? Broadcasting, yes, good, broadcasting. Tourism or hospitality. Tourism is called as hospitality, isn't it? Tourism sector. What about real estate? What about real estate? Of course, yes, because the real estate means, real estate agent is the one who brings the buyer and the seller together. It's a service being provided, right? So, real estate. What about IT? Information technology. IT is a service. See, ITES is secondary. ITESL, we produce chips, etc. But IT is service sector, right? So, financial services, BPO, KPOs, right? Legal advising. What about IAS officers, IPS officers? What about public administration? Absolutely, services we are providing. You will be providing services, right? All of this comes under service sector, right? Now, people working in the service sector are called as white collar jobs. In service sector are called as white collar jobs, right? So, now within the service sector, within the tertiary sector, there are two new classifications, right? These are very new classifications, that is quaternary sector and quinary sector. These are part of tertiary sector only, okay? Subcategories of tertiary sector. They might ask a question. Quaternary and quinary. Quaternary sector, it deals with all the activities which produce knowledge oriented services and intellectual activities, right? Data related, knowledge related, right? Intellectual activities are classified. This is a part of tertiary sector, but in a subcategory it is considered as a part of quaternary service. Examples are financial planning. When it comes to planning, it is nothing but intellectual activity, isn't it? Right. So, information generation, data related, knowledge based. Can I say that? Right. So, consultancy, IT, designing, R&D, right? Anything related to knowledge, right? Intellectual activities, that is subcategorized as quaternary, right? And then quinary. Quinary is the services with regard into decision making. Any private decision making or public decision making, that is a service, so isn't it? Right? That comes under the part of quinary sector. They might ask a question like, knowledge based sector. Which of the following is called as knowledge based sector? The answer is quaternary, right? So, these are the mainly three categories, but the two new subcategories are quaternary and quinary, right? So, this is the examples of sectors. I'll come to the factual aspects a little bit, in a minute. Okay. So now this is a previous year's question, last year's question, I suppose. See, here, if you know the concept, you will get the answer. Otherwise, you will not. Right. Which of the following activities constitute real sector in an economy? How to answer this? To answer that, you should know what is a real sector. Right. So, see, in an economy, basically, there are two broad, we have other two type of, sectors, that is real sector and nominal sector. Real economy and nominal economy. Okay. Now, see, this is all NCERTs. How many of you have read NCERTs? Right. So, real economy is where there is production of goods. Okay. Real economy are those part of economy where production of goods happens. Nominal economy are those activities which help production of goods, which will not directly produce goods, but which will help production of goods. For example, if there is a factory producing shoes, that is part of real economy. A bank which provides loan to this factory, this bank is helping this factory to produce goods, isn't it? So that is a part of nominal economy. Getting my point? So what is the criteria to be considered as a real sector? Whether they are directly producing goods. Right. Now, which of the following constitute real sector in the economy? Farmers harvesting their crops. Yes. Textile mills converting raw material into fabrics. Yes. A commercial bank lending money to a trading company. No good is produced. A corporate body issuing rupee denominated bonds overseas. See, no matter what they are giving, bonds, etc. is not a good, it's a service, it's a financial this thing, right? So the answer is 1 and 2 only. Yeah. So see, but to answer this conceptual understanding, see, some people think this is factual question. No, right? They might give 100 type of examples like this. Doesn't matter. If you know the concepts, you will get the answer. Yeah. So, yes, we'll come to this a little bit later. Now, let us come to the factual aspects of it. See, and one more thing, guys, in economics, right, there are too many facts and figures, and sometimes, there are some discrepancies. One book will give 1%, another book will give another, that's the same case with history, right? First of all, do not worry too much about the facts. UPSC is not going to ask too many questions on that, right? Because see, with regard into Buddha's life and etc., Buddhists themselves are not sure about the dates, right? With regarding to Indus Valley civilization, historians themselves are not very, they are all very tentative dates. Can I say that? So UPSC will ask only those dates which are sure, which there is no discrepancy about. Because first battle of Panipat, 1526, there is no discrepancy. But there are many things with regarding to Buddha's life or Jaina's life, etc., where there is no clarity. Those kind of questions will not be asked, right? If they ask it, I will give you my home address, come and hit me in chappal, right? They will not ask for sure, right? So don't worry too much about that, right? So now with regarding to facts and figures in economics also, yes, see, if you see Nitin Singhania or Ramesh Singh or Uma Kapila or any book, there are a little bit of discrepancies. Now this confuses us. So what I do is, I just stick to the government publication, right? For example, budget, economic survey, India yearbook, right? Whatever they say, that is Veda Vakya for me, right? If in India yearbook they say crow is white, white it is, right? Because key answers are given by whom? Not Hindu, not Indian Express. It is given by UPSC, which is a government body. As simple as that. वो बोलेंगे कि गधा नहीं है, घोड़ा है, right? So ज़्यादा मतलब उधर होशियार बनने का जरूरत नहीं है, right? So now contributions of various sectors to the Indian economy, right? This is as per the economic survey, last year economic survey. So what each sector is contributing. See, you don't have to remember 0.19, No, you won't remember it, right? So if you have a basic idea, and usually see, UPSC will not ask all the factual questions, right? They will convert the factual detail into sentence formation, right? So if you have an idea, that's enough. Okay. Now, agriculture and allied activities, right? They contributed around 20.19% to Indian economy as per the last economic survey, right? So see, 20.19% is the contribution of agriculture and allied activities. Right? This is the highest in last 14 years. This contribution is the highest in last 14 years. Because what happened is, due to corona, many other sectors got impacted, but agriculture did not get as much impacted. Because what happened is, due to corona lockdown, people went back. And went back, what they did? In villages, they got, they participated in agricultural activities. And people were sitting in the home, they started eating more and more. Right? So, initially there was a little bit of, problem to the agricultural activity because transportation was, disrupted. But later on, it improved. So, the contribution actually in the 14 years, it has been the highest. Right? So, then secondary sector. The contribution of secondary sector is 25.92%. 25.92% is the contribution of secondary sector or the industry sector. Out of that, manufacturing contributes highest, around 14%. Okay. Electricity, energy production, second is construction. Construction contributes 7%, around 7%. Then energy production 2.7%, mining and quarrying 1.63%. See, if you know the chronology, that's enough. Percentage is not needed. Right? Manufacturing, construction, energy production, mining and quarrying. Yeah. And the highest contribution to Indian economy comes from the service sector. Right, 53.89% of the contribution to Indian economy comes from service sector. Right. So, in this, financial services, real estate, etc. contributes around 22%. Hotels, trade, transport and communication contributes around 16%. And public administration and defense services contributes around 15%. So, this is the contribution of various sectors to Indian economy as per the economic survey. Now, as per the economic survey, look, let's see this. Right. Now, see, in 2022-23, the agricultural sector grew at a rate of 3.5%. Right. The growth rate of agricultural sector was 3.5%. Industrial sector grew at 4.1%. And service sector grew at a rate of 9.1%. Look at this, in 2020-21, see, agriculture was having a positive growth of 3.3%, whereas look at this, industries minus 3.3%, service minus 7.8%. Why? Corona. And after that, immediately we see very high growth. What is that called? The base year effect. Because in the previous year, that is the base year, it was negative. So, in the next year, a little bit growth will also lead to high percentage. I'll talk about that. Right. Anyways, forget about that. 4.1 and 9, the average, if you remember. Right. Other aspects I will talk later on. Yeah. So, this is the contribution of various sectors. Now, let us see the contribution of various sectors to employment in our country. Right. How much each sector contributes to employment. Now, see, first, what do you mean by labor force? Labor force or workforce? See, it does not mean, what do you mean by labor force is the, means the people in the age group of 15 to 64. That is the working age population in India, right? So 15 to 64, whether they're employed or not is unnecessary here. Right? People in the age group of 15 to 64 is considered as labor force of a country. They may be employed or they may not be employed. That's secondary. Right? Now, here let us see what is the percentage of people or what is the percentage of employment given by each sector to the labor force. Right? Highest, this was a report in 2019. After that, we have not come across this survey, but that will be almost the same. Right? Around 42% of the people, 42% of the labor force is employed in agriculture and allied activities. Right? So, the highest contribution with regarding to employment is through primary sector. Right? Industries. Right? Industries contribute, secondary sector contribute 25.58% to the employment. Right? And tertiary sector 32%, around 32.04%. Right? See, when it comes to contribution to the economy, it's like this. The chronology is service sector, second industrial sector and primary sector. Correct? No? 53%, 25% and around 20%. When it comes to workforce, it is primary sector, service sector and industrial sector. Right? So, now, see, I keep on saying this, it's not necessary to understand all the facts because usually they convert facts into sentence-based this thing. Right? For example, consider the following statements regarding the sectors of the Indian economy. Okay? Agriculture provides direct employment to more than 50% of the people in the country. Correct or wrong? Wrong. Not more than 50%, isn't it? And it says direct employment. You have to look for the words like that. Right? Wrong. Now, see, you know that statement 1 is wrong. Yes, eliminate options which has 1. Yeah. Now you have 2 options left. So, the service sector is the biggest contributor to India's economy. Yes. 2 should be in the answer. In both 2 is there. Right. Manufacturing activities can contribute more to the Indian economy than the primary sector. Manufacturing contributes how much? Around 14%. Primary sector totally contributes how much? Around 20%. Right. So, 3 is wrong. So, the only option left is 2 and 4. Mining comes under the primary sector. Right. So, it has to be wrong. Yeah. Second 2 and 3. No, manufacturing to contribute more than, no. The options given are wrong. So, anyways, you understood that? Yeah. So, that is about this primary sector, secondary sector and related aspects. Okay. Yeah. So, let's move on to a very, very important chapter. Right, and the topics here are extremely necessary for the UPSC or our economics. This thing, that is the concept of economic growth, the aspects related to economic growth and economic development. Right. So, see, to put it very simply, is there a difference between the concept of economic growth and economic development? Are they same? Are they different? What is it? They are different. Yes. See, economic growth and economic development. To put it very simply, when we say growth, economic growth is a quantitative aspect. It deals with quantity of the goods and services produced in a country. Right? If there is more economic growth, that means more goods and services are produced in a country. If there is less economic growth, that means less goods and services are produced in a country. As simple as that. It deals with quantity. Whereas economic development is a qualitative concept. It deals with quality. Economic development sees whether the quality of life of the people in a country has improved or not. Right? Whether standard of living has improved or not. Whether various facilities like education, health, etc., that has improved or not, right? So as simple as, see, economic growth measures a country from goods quantity point of view, right? If more goods and services are produced, we say that country has more economic growth, right? But if the quality of life of people has improved, then we say economic development has happened. Getting my point, right? Now, see, economic growth is easy to measure compared to economic development. Why? Quantity is always easy to measure than quality, isn't it? Quantity is like, kg, liter, etc. Quality is, how can we measure quality? Standard of living, can be different for different people. For one person who has one small house and one small car, he may be happy with that. So he may think, he has a good quality of life, right? But some person who has 3 houses and 3 cars may not still be satisfied with that. So quality is difficult to measure, but quantity is easy to measure, right? And every country tries to measure their economic growth, right? Why should we measure our economic growth? Because if we measure our economic growth, then we will see that, we can understand how much goods we produced last year and how much goods and services we have produced this year, whether there is increase or not. If there is decrease, then we can think why there is a decrease, right? And economic growth is measured for the sake of comparing our country's economy with other countries also, right? And to measure economic growth, we use various tools such as GDP, GNP, NDP, NNP, etc. Very, very important. You can expect 3 to 4 questions directly or indirectly from this, right? So, and economic development is also measured, but more importance is given to measuring economic growth, right? Economic development is measured using various index like Human Development Index, Gender Related Index, Inequality Index, etc. Heard about this? Right. Now let us talk about measuring economic growth, right? See, one of the most widely used tool to measure economic growth is the tool of GDP or Gross Domestic Product. Heard about this? Right. Every now and then in news, in this thing, right? So the concept of GDP or Gross Domestic Product was first popularized by American economist Simon Kuznets, right, in around 1934. Right, in the 1930s, it was Simon Kuznets who popularized this concept, right, in the modern world. Now, what is GDP? Guys, there will be a lot of questions on this, 1 or 2 questions for sure, isn't it? Now, they ask this question from many different types. So, let us try to understand the basics of it, right? There are 4 points that you have to understand in GDP. If you understand that properly and you connect it with it, no matter how they ask a question, you will be able to answer that. Okay. Now, what is GDP? What do you mean by GDP? See, GDP is the total money value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given year. In a given year. So, these 4 points. Right? It is the money value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given year. If these 4 points are satisfied, then that will be included in GDP. If these 4 points are not satisfied, then that will not be included in GDP. See, they will ask this question, which of the following will be included in GDP or which of the following will be excluded from GDP, right? So, these 4 points, by heart this, it is the total money value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given year. Let us discuss this quickly. In a given year, which year are we talking about? Financial year. Financial year in India is April 1st to March 31st. April 1st to March 31st is the financial year. So, it is the total value of goods produced in that year, during that duration. Right? Simple. So, now, GDP is the total value of goods and services produced within the territories of a country. This is very important, right? If goods and services are produced within the territories of India, it will be considered as a part of India's GDP. Doesn't matter who produced it, right? If an American is producing goods worth of 1,000 crore rupees in India, it will be added in India's GDP. If a Pakistani is producing goods in India, goods or services, it will be considered as a part of India's GDP. So, if it is produced within the territories of India, it will be considered as India's GDP. So GDP is a territory specific concept. Where the production took place is important. Where? In India, it will be in India's GDP. If it is produced in USA, it will be in US's GDP, right? So they might ask a question, right? When it comes to territories, yeah. Yes. So territories, with regard to GDP, we consider territory as the economic territory of a country, right? So when I say territory, it is the value of goods and services produced within the geographical boundaries of the country. Yes. Also, any goods and services produced on ships and aircrafts owned by citizens of a country. Let's say there is a ship, right? It is in the international sea, right? So if the ship is owned by Indians, the value of goods and services produced by ship will be added into whose GDP? India's GDP, right? Fishing vessels, natural gas rigs, oil rigs, right, which are in the international waters operated by Indians will be added in that, goods and services will be added in India's GDP, right? And one more thing, I think you have read this in polity, right? See, foreign embassies in India are not considered as Indian territory. Can I say that? Right? Yes or no? You know this? Foreign embassies or foreign military establishments within India are not considered as Indian territory. So any goods produced in those areas will not be considered as Indian GDP. Getting my point? Likewise, Indian embassy in foreign country or Indian military establishment in a foreign country will be considered as India's territory. So the goods and services produced there will be added in India's GDP. Right? They will ask question on this. Right? So it is the total value of all goods produced within the country in a given year. So given year is clear, and within the territory means clear, right? So it is the total value of all final goods and services. What do you mean by final goods and services? Right? See, usually there are two types of goods, final goods and intermediate goods. What do you mean by final goods? Which are finally consumed, directly consumed by the consumers. Intermediary goods are the goods which are used in the production of other final goods. For example, flour, hittu. Flour, atta, is the intermediary good for cake. Right? So, see, in GDP estimation, we take into account only the value of final goods and services. Why? Because the value of intermediary good is always included in the final good, no? Because if we take this separately, it will lead to double counting, right? Hence, to avoid double counting, we take only the value of final goods and services. Yes? Right. See, for example, here, tree leads to timber leads to table. What is the intermediary good here? Timber. Final good is table, right? Now, it is the total money value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given year. So, the given year is clear, within the country is clear, and final goods and services clear. It is the total money value or monetary value. See, in GDP, we include only those goods and services which has a money value to it. If the goods and services do not have a money value to it, then it will not be added into GDP. Even though those goods and services are produced, still it will not be taken into GDP calculation. Money value has to be there. For example, what are the goods? See, in our homes, services are produced by our mothers or someone, isn't it? They cook food. Is it a service? Yes. But is it added to Indian GDP? No, because no money value is fixed to it. You don't go home and say, Mom, take 500 rupees. Right? So, if your dad drives you to the school or college, there's a service produced, isn't it? But no money value is fixed there. So, any goods or service produced for which money value is not fixed, that will not be added to GDP. Right? So, social work, goods and services produced as a part of social work will not be included in GDP. Right? When work done, domestic work done in our households are not included in GDP. Right? So, GDP is the total money value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given year. So, see, do not think otherwise. Do not think outside. Do not overthink. See, GDP definition does not talk about whether the good is sold or not. If it is produced, it will be added into India's GDP. That is GDP, right? If it is produced and it is a money value, it will be added, right? So now, quickly, let me talk about something, right? Yes. Now, see, what about, if 100 cars are produced this year and 50 are sold and 50 are not sold, right? How much will be added to our GDP calculation? All the 100. See, even the value of unsold goods will also be added into GDP, because GDP definition does not talk about whether sold or not. Right? Even goods in the godown, right, in the inventory will be added to, if it is produced and if it has a money value, it will be added. Right? And even goods, which has a money value, even it is produced for self-consumption, will also be added into GDP. Because say, let's say a farmer produces 100 kgs of tomato, and out of that 80 kgs he sells and 20 kgs he uses for his own consumption, self-consumption. But can I say this 20 kg tomato also has a money value? Right. So, if a good has money value, even then self-consumption goods will also be added into GDP calculation. Right. But it has to have a money value. Right. But the service provided by our mother doesn't have a fixed money value to it, isn't it? Right. So, self-consumption goods are also added. See, non-marketed goods, non-marketed or non-sold goods, if they have money value, they will be added into GDP. Yeah. Right. So, now, resold goods, the value of resold goods will not be added into the GDP of that year. Why? New good was not produced. New good was not produced. Let's say I have a car which I bought in 2015 and I sold it in 2023. The value of that car will be added into the GDP of which year? 2015, the year it was produced, because in 2023 when I resold that car, no new good was produced, isn't it? Right. So, reselling, the value of resold goods are not included in GDP calculation, right? Then, now, remittances are not included in GDP calculation. I will talk about, what do you mean by remittances? See, remittances, India in the world receives the highest remittances. I'll talk about that, right? Remittances means the money is sent by Indians working abroad to their friends and family, right? Now, remittances, the money that comes as a part of remittances is not included in India's GDP. Why? Simple. Because that goods and services were not produced in India, no. They are sending it from outside, isn't it? So, that will not be added. Transfer payments will not be added in India's GDP. What do you mean by transfer payments? One-sided payment in exchange of which no new good or service is produced immediately. Right. For example, subsidies, pensions, scholarships. Right. See, for providing pension and scholarship, will some new good will be produced immediately? No, na? Right. So, there also they will not be added to India's GDP calculation. Right. So, understand these points, and no matter what they ask, you will be able to answer this. Right. Okay. A teacher teaching to his son, service is provided. Will that be added to GDP calculation? No, because money value is not fixed. Teacher will not say, son, 1 hour, 500 rupees. Right. So, that is not done. So, a carpenter, building his own house, right, providing his service. No. Right. Money value has to be there. Yeah. That is GDP. Right. Now, there are 3 methods of calculating GDP. What are these 3 methods? Expenditure method, income method, and production method. Right. And expenditure method is also called as outlay method. Yeah. So, income method is also called as distribution method, and production method is also called as value added method. Right. So, see, India follows expenditure method. Right. We in 2017-18 we tried to shift to the value added method, but we shifted back to expenditure method. India uses expenditure method, right? Now, expenditure method is also called as outlay method. In expenditure method, how we calculate GDP is, we calculate the expenditure made by everybody. See, if goods and services are produced, that means somebody has to spend money on that, na? Right? All the expenditures are calculated, we get to the value of goods and services, right? Like in expenditure method, it's private consumption, that is money spent by the people for their consumption. That means they would have bought some goods and service only, no? Right? Private consumption plus investment. When company invest on something, they are buying some good or service only, right? Plus government consumption plus net exports. What do you mean by net exports? Exports minus imports. Net exports. Because import we cannot calculate in GDP. Why? Goods and services are not produced in India, isn't it? So when we calculate all of this, the money spent on this expenditure, we get the value of goods and services produced in India. See, GDP is not a perfect method. There are a lot of things which is kept out of it, right? But that is mainly mains concept, right? So that is expenditure method. Then there is some countries follow income method. Income method means, right, they see how much income is earned by all the factors of production, right? What are the factors of production? Land, labor, capital and organization. What are the income earned by land? Rent, labor, wages or salaries, capital, interest, organization, profit. So if you calculate that, you will get the value of goods and services, no? Isn't it? So income method, that's it, right? It's also called as distribution method. And then we have production method or value added method. What do you mean by production method or value added method? It is the final value of goods and services minus intermediary cost, right? If the final good is 100 rupees and for that intermediary cost, that means on intermediary goods and intermediary services is 70 rupees, then the final value addition here is 30 rupees, right? So the value of that particular good will be considered as 30, right? So these are the three methods, and in India we follow the production method. Simple. Now, sorry, what did I say? Yes, in India we follow expenditure method. Yeah. So now let us come to a very important and confusing part. That is, when it comes to GDP, we come across various things like GDP at factor cost, basic cost, market cost, GDP at current prices, GDP at constant prices, etc. Isn't it? Now, what is that? See, first let us deal with factor cost. Factor cost. Now, what do you mean by factor cost? See, every good and service, every product will have a cost, isn't it? How do we calculate that cost? See, factor cost is calculating the cost of a product from the producer's point of view, right? So, factor cost, we will get to the factor cost of a product by adding all the cost that producer incurred on factors of production, right? How much money the producer is spending on factors of production. When you calculate that, we get factor cost of a product, right? What do we spend on land? Rent. What do you spend on labor? Wage, capital, interest, organization, profit. Profit is nothing but, money spent, isn't it? You are doing that for that only, right? Let's say this, whatever, this pen or whatever it is, let's say if it is to a factor cost of this is 20 rupees, that means he has spent 5 rupees on this, 5 rupees on this, 5 rupees on this, 5 rupees on this. When we add all the money spent on factors of production, we get factor cost of a product, right? So this is calculating the cost of a product from the producer's point of view, right? And when GDP of a country is calculated using factor cost, we call it as GDP at factor cost. Simple, no? No confusion. Yeah? Right. In 2015, right, CSO came with a new concept called basic cost, right? So, what do you mean by basic cost? So in 2015, right, CSO, Central Statistical Office, I'll talk about that a little bit later on, right, they came out with a concept called basic cost, right. See, basic cost of a product is nothing but factor cost of that product plus production taxes minus production subsidies. Basic cost is factor cost plus production taxes minus production subsidies. Right? Write this down. Now, what do you mean by production taxes and what do you mean by production subsidies? See, production taxes are the direct taxes paid by the producer. Right? So, and production subsidies are the subsidies which government directly gives to the producer. Right? Now see, production taxes, examples of production taxes are stamp duties. Stamp duties. See, when a person has to set up a factory, he has to register it. He has to register the land. Right? So he has to pay stamp duties, isn't it? Who pays that? The producer who wants starting the factory does this. This is the tax on production, isn't it? So because producer pays that production tax. Right. Now, land revenue. Land revenue is an example of production tax. Okay. So, this is paid by the producer. So, on factor cost, you add the production taxes paid by the producer. Right. Let's say factor cost of that product is 20 rupees and production taxes are, let's say, 5 rupees. Right. Now, government may think that, the cost of production for the producer is little high. Right. Government want to reduce the prices. Subsidies means what? Subsidy is the support given by the government. Right. It can be given to the producer or it can be given to the consumers also. Right. Now, government may think, okay, the cost of production is a little bit high. Let us help the producers. And they will say, okay, we will give you subsidy of 2 rupees. Right. So, now, minus the subsidies. Right. How much is the basic cost of a product? How much? 23 rupees. So, this is the basic cost. Right. By heart this factor cost plus production subsidies, plus production taxes minus production subsidy is basic cost. And when we calculate GDP on the basis of basic cost, we get GDP at basic cost. Right. Now, then see, even GDP at basic cost is calculating GDP from the producer's point of view. Yes or no? Right. Now, then there is another cost called market cost. Market cost. See, market cost is is looking at the cost of a product from the consumer's point of view. See, when a good is produced and when it comes to the market, is it the same? Is the factor cost of the good same as it is in the market? No, consumer pays different, isn't it? The cost varies, right? So, why does it vary? Because when the good comes to the market, government puts something called indirect taxes or taxes on the consumer. Is that right? You have heard about this? So, market cost is nothing but basic cost. Basic cost is what? Cost incurred by the producer, right? Plus product taxes. Product taxes, nothing but indirect taxes, right? Minus product subsidies. Product subsidies. See, product taxes are the taxes, indirect taxes imposed on the consumers. Whereas product subsidies is the benefit given by the government to the consumers. Right, not producers, consumers. Right. So, subsidies, here the subsidy is given. For example, what is a good example of product subsidy? Fertilizer, very simple one. Gas, LPG gas. Right, the subsidy is given to the consumer, isn't it? Right. So, let's say how much was the basic cost of that product? 23 rupees, right? On that, government imposes product taxes. Example of product taxes are GST. Very good example of product tax is GST, isn't it? I will talk about this taxation a little bit later, right? So let's say GST of, let's say, 5 rupees is imposed. Now, how much is the cost? 28. Now, government might think, okay, it's too much for the consumers, so let us give a subsidy. See, it's sometimes a subsidy might be zero also. Not always subsidy is provided, right? So let's say government gives subsidy of 1 rupee, right? Then how much is the market cost? 27 rupees, right? Basic cost plus product taxes minus product subsidies is market cost, right? So now if one is given, can you calculate the other? Yes. So remember these formulas. Factor cost is the cost of production on all the factors of production, cost incurred on all the factors of production. Basic cost is factor cost plus production taxes minus production subsidies, and market cost is basic cost plus product tax minus product subsidies. Simple, right? Which one will be the higher one? Market cost will always be higher than the factor cost and the basic cost, right? Factor cost will be the lowest, on a little bit more than that will be basic cost, and highest will be market cost, right? So when we calculate GDP while taking market cost into account, we get GDP at market cost, right? Yeah. Now see, till 2015, the official estimates of India was calculated using factor cost. But from 2015 onwards, we calculate India's GDP using market cost. Today, whatever the GDP that we get, that is GDP in market cost, right? I will tell the figures, etc. later on. Yeah. Everybody good? Now, then again, there is another two variants of GDP, that is GDP at current prices and GDP at constant prices, right? Now, what is this? GDP at current prices. What do you mean by current prices? Prices existing as of now, isn't it? Prices existing as of in that year, right? See, GDP at current prices means when we calculate the GDP by taking into account the current prices of the goods and services, we get GDP at current prices, right? Let's say 100 goods are produced in India today, and the current price of each good is 10 rupees. How much is the GDP at current price? 1000 rupees. When the physical quantity of goods and services produced in a country are calculated by taking into account their current prices, we get GDP at current prices. However, GDP at current prices is called as nominal GDP. Nominal GDP. Nominal means namka vaste, right? Kannadadalli ಏನಂತಾರೆ? Namka vaste, yeah, namka vaste, right? So, right, that means see, the GDP at current prices do not really show the exact economic growth of a country, because in GDP at current prices, inflation is included. The impact of inflation is not excluded. Inflation is included. I'll give a very simple example. See, the GDP at current prices does not show the realistic picture of the economic growth of a country. Why? Because, see, let's take 2013 as an example and 2023 as an example, right? In 2013, right, let's say 200 goods were produced, right? And in 2023, 100 goods were produced. Of course, in 2013, the rates were less, no? Let's see, GDP at current prices do not take into account inflation. What do you mean by inflation? I'll talk about this. Increase in the prices of goods and services, isn't it? And we all know that year by year, the prices of goods and services has increased. Yes? Right. The reason, etc. we'll talk later on. Right. So, let's say in 2013, let's say 200 soaps were produced. In 2023, 100 soaps were produced. And in 2013, a soap was 5 rupees. Whereas in 2023, a soap was 10 rupees. Because due to inflation, the price has risen. Right. Now, If we calculate the GDPs using current prices, what happens? Here the GDP will be 200 into 5. How much? GDP at current price will be 1000 rupees. Right. Here it is 10. 100 into 10 is how much? 1000 rupees. So see, if we use current prices, it shows that in both the years the economic growth was the same. But was the economic growth same? We produced more goods in 2013, isn't it? That means economy was better off in 2013. Right. Why? See, there is something called positive economic cycle and negative economic cycle. Right. See, what is a positive economic cycle? When more goods and services are produced, what happens to employment? Employment increases. To produce more goods, we need more people. When employment increases, what happens to wages and salaries? Increases. When wages and salaries increases, purchasing power of the people increases. When purchasing power of the people increases, demand for goods and services increases. Investment increases. Again, production increases. This is the positive cycle. What is the negative cycle? When production of goods and services decreases, do we need more people to produce or less people to produce? Less. Employment reduces. Salary reduces. Purchasing power reduces. Demand reduces. Investment reduces. Right. Now, see, in 2013, we had produced 200 goods. 2023, we had produced only 100 goods. So, actually, economy was better off when 13. But due to inflation, it shows as if the value of goods and services produced in both the year was same. Is it a realistic picture? No. Right. Because GDP at current prices does not take into account the impact of inflation. The impact of inflation is not included. Sorry, not excluded. Right. While calculating GDP at current prices, inflation is included. Hence, it is not a realistic picture. That's why we call it as nominal GDP. Right. Now, to solve this problem, we have another concept called GDP at constant prices. Right. In GDP at constant price, we use the concept of base year. Base year or a constant year. Right. Here what we do is, we calculate the goods and services with the prices existing in the base year, not with the current prices. Right. Let's say, same example, 2013 and 2023. So, the base year that we use today is 2011 and 12. This, before it was 2004-5, but in 2015, we changed it into 2011 and 12. By heart this, right? 2011-12 is the base year, right? So, we compare the goods and services with the prices existing in the base year. Let's say, in base year, one soap was 7 rupees. Now, let's calculate. How many goods had we produced here? 200. Here, 100. See, in constant prices, we do not calculate it using the current prices. We calculate it using the base year prices. So, 200 into 7, 1400, right? So, 100 into 7, 700. See, this shows the real picture of the economic growth, because here more than double the goods were produced. So, obviously, GDP is more than double. Getting my point? So, this is GDP at constant prices, right? And this GDP at constant price is called as real GDP. Okay. Whenever that percentage, they say last year it was this percentage, this year this percentage, it is GDP at constant prices, right? Or they will specifically mention. If not, you have to understand it is in the constant prices. Yes, right. GDP deflator I will do while doing inflation. Yeah. So, this 4 topics, current price, factor cost, basic cost, market cost, current prices, constant prices. Everybody good? There will be at least one question. Yeah. So, now let us do the factual aspects, right? See, to be frank, I don't think the questions will come, but students like this, right? So, factuals bolna padta hai. So, as of 2023, India is the 5th largest GDP in the world. What does that mean? We produce the 5th largest goods and services in the world. Isn't it? The value of goods and services produced by India is the 5th largest in the world. Right? So, now the top 5 countries, USA, China, Japan, Germany, India. Right? India's GDP is around $3.4 trillion. Right? That is in 2023, that was the GDP. Of course, it's going to change, isn't it? Right? So, India has overtaken United Kingdom. They might ask that question. Yeah. So, 5th largest in GDP terms. Whereas, when it comes to PPP, purchasing power parity, which I'll do later on, India is the 3rd largest economy in the world. Purchasing power parity, what purchasing power parity? I'll tell later on. Right. So, in purchasing power parity, China is the largest country in the world, followed by USA. 3rd is India. Yeah. So, shortcomings of the GDP, I will anyway share this. Right. So, see, GDP is not a perfect method of measuring economic growth. There are a lot of shortcomings also. Right. Anyways, that's more important from the mains point of view, and I will be sharing the documents. So, we'll move ahead. Okay. Now, everybody good? So, next, there is a concept called potential GDP. They had asked a question, right? What do you mean by potential? Forget about GDP. See, guys, understanding the question simply is going to solve half of the question, right? Forget about GDP. What do you mean by potential? What is your potential? We say that. What is the potential of RCB? Right? So, potential is, how much we can achieve. Isn't it? So, potential GDP means the maximum level of output an economy can achieve at a constant inflation rate. Right? I'll explain. Right? See, potential GDP means how much more goods and services we can produce without increasing the inflation too much. At the basic inflation rates, right? How much more goods and services we can produce. Because what I'm saying here is, see, if you increase the money supply too much, obviously it will lead to more goods and service production. But money supply increase will lead to inflation also. That is not potential GDP. Without increasing the inflation much, in the existing inflation, in a constant inflation rate, how much more goods we can produce by better utilizing the resources in the country. Getting my point? That is what potential GDP means, right? Now, what are the determinants? See, Indian GDP today is $3.4 trillion, but India has a potential to produce more goods and services. Can I say that? In the current inflation levels, right? So, what determines, potential GDP? A well-educated, well-skilled labor force will increase the productivity of a country. Can I say that? Right. Now, capital stock, what do you mean by that? Assets, asset creation. If more assets are there, more goods and services can be produced. Right. Now, technology. The better technology, more goods and services. We don't have to increase money supply for that. The available money supply only we can improve it, isn't it? Now, better utilization of natural resources. Right. These are some of the determinants of potential GDP. Right. Whereas, what are the factors that is inhibiting or stopping see, what I'm saying is India's GDP is 3.4 trillion, but the government wants to raise it to 5 trillion. Right? That is our potential. But we are not there yet. There is a shortage of $1.5 trillion. We are not reached our potential, isn't it? See, if your potential is to study 8 hours, but you are studying 6 hours. Right? See, now without changing any your sleeping pattern, you are still sleeping 8 hours, still you can read 8 hours, no? Right? That is your potential. Right? But you are studying only 6 hours now. So there is a gap. Right? Why? What are the factors inhibiting it? Right? What are the factors inhibiting it? Lack of infrastructure. Isn't it? In India, that is one of the biggest problem. Right? Because most of the production of goods and services in India is happening in big cities because the tier 2, tier 3 cities do not have infrastructure. Right? So, infrastructural bottlenecks, low investment. right? That yes, poor education and skill development. See, our engineers are still studying, the age-old textbooks where the world is moving towards AI, etc. Right? Whatever our engineers, etc. study, that is very theoretical and not practical. Yes or no? So, poor education standards, lack of skill development, right? Agricultural growth is also hindering our potential GDP, because agriculture has more potential to grow. But see, 40% of people involved in agriculture sector are contributing how much? 20%. That's very less, isn't it? So these are certain things which are inhibiting our potential GDP. Okay. Now there is another concept called green GDP. Important. What do you mean by green GDP? Yes, when we take into account the environmental cost, right? So let's say GDP of a country, green GDP is nothing but GDP of a country minus the environmental cost, right? Let's say, see, to produce goods and services, we use natural resources. Sometimes we misuse natural resources, isn't it? So it leads to environmental issues like pollution, health related issues, right? Loss of biodiversity, etc. Can I say that has an economic cost? Right? Usually in the normal GDP, we don't take that into account. But in green GDP, we see, to produce goods and services, what is the environmental cost? Right? See, if 500 rupees is our GDP, and out of that, we have lost, forest worth 50 rupees, and air pollution is costing us 50 rupees, water pollution is costing us 50 rupees, right? And some other, biodiversity loss is costing us 50 rupees. Then how much will be green GDP? Yes, 500 minus the environmental cost, that is 200. Green GDP will be 300. We have to see the environmental cost of economic growth also. Today, countries are giving a little bit importance to this. See, in this year's budget also, right, Indian government has brought a new concept called green growth. That is extremely important, right? So, green GDP is nothing but GDP minus the environmental cost. For example, Delhi, let's take the example. Delhi economy is growing, but the air pollution, will it not have costs? Right, we have to consider that, and green GDP does that. Yeah. So, now, who calculates GDP? Who estimates GDP? Right. See, there was an organization called Central Statistical Office. Right. Central Statistical Office was established in 1951 and was headquartered in New Delhi. Right. The Central Statistical Office was under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, and it had the responsibility of estimating GDP, etc. But in 2019, the central government merged CSO with NSSO, another organization, and created a new body called NSO, National Statistics Office. And today, NSO has the responsibility of calculating GDP, etc. And NSO is also headquartered in Delhi. It is also under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Now, see, have you heard about the concept of GVA, gross value added? Yeah. Gross value added is nothing but the value of output minus value of input. Simple. This is whatever we get is gross value added. Right. If let's say, if I use 50 rupees of milk and I make a cake and sell a cake for 100 rupees, what is the value added? 50 rupees. This is the GVA of that product. Right? Now, see, from 2015 onwards, right, to calculate the contribution of each sector, right, we use GVA. Right? That is the primary sector, secondary sector, and tertiary sector. Whatever their contribution, this is calculated using gross value added. Okay. Now there was this issue in current affairs. What is yes? And GVA is used using basic cost. I have told you what basic cost means, right? Now there was this issue that there is a difference between GDP and GVA, right? What is GDP? Okay, yes. How is GDP calculated in India? Basic cost plus product taxes minus production subsidies, isn't it? So the question was, what is the difference between GDP and GVA? The difference between GDP and GVA is nothing but the product taxes and product subsidies, isn't it? Right? Because every sector, agriculture sector, let's say it contributes GVA of 100 rupees, right? And I said GDP is calculated using what? Basic cost, right? But GDP is calculated using what? Market cost, right? Basic cost plus product taxes minus product subsidies is GDP. So the difference between GDP and GVA is because of the product taxes and product subsidies. Simple, right? So, yeah. Now, net domestic product, NDP, right? So, what do you mean by NDP? Net domestic product. What do you mean by NDP? See, NDP is calculated by subtracting depreciation from the GDP. NDP is GDP minus depreciation. What do you mean by depreciation? See, depreciation means, see, assets like land, machineries, etc., capital assets, they undergo wear and tear in the process of production, isn't it? Right. The reduction in the value of assets due to wear and tear is nothing but depreciation. See, the value of a car over the year reduces, isn't it? Why? Because when you use the car, it depreciates because there will be wear and tear, right? So, the cost of this wear and tear, right, is not taken into account in GDP, isn't it? So, to know the actual value of goods and services produced, we have to subtract the depreciational value also. Yes or no? Right? Because see, to produce a good worth of 100 rupees, what does GDP take into account? Land, labor, capital and organization. That is the cost it takes into account. This is the direct cost. But what about depreciation, which is also an indirect cost? Because to produce this machinery should have gone wear and tear, no? One or the other day it has to be replaced or repaired or etc. Right? So, let's say, while taking into factor cost, they will calculate GDP as 100 rupees as the value of that good and service, right? But they have not taken into account the depreciational impact. Can I say that? Right? Because to produce this 100 goods, there is 10 rupees of depreciational cost also, right? So, to know the actual value of goods and services, we calculate depreciation. So, to get depreciation, what do? We subtract depreciation from, to get NDP, what do? We subtract depreciation from GDP. So, if the GDP is 100, how much will be the NDP? 90. GDP minus depreciation. See, for example, I'll put it in a very simple way, right? Now, let's say, how do I charge my price to take class? I will see how much my petrol cost is, how much I need for food, tea, juice and recreation, right? And also I will, think how much money, how much my time and effort will cost. That I will take into account. But I'll also take into account that, that when I come here in my bike or my car, that will undergo wear and tear some other day, isn't it? I'll have to replace the tire of my car. So, that I have to take into consideration. GDP does not take into consideration the depreciational value, whereas NDP takes that into the consideration. And NDP is the real value of goods and services produced in a country. Getting my point? Right. So, now, however, see, different goods and services have different depreciational value, right? how much they depreciate depends on a lot of things, right? So usually the Ministry of Commerce and Industry every year provides a list of depreciational value for each capital asset, right? So we don't have to worry about that list. For example, see, depreciation for a house is 1%. Depreciation rate for a house is 1%. Whereas for electric fan is 10%. That means the value reduces by that much. Getting my point, right? And usually this accountants and chartered accountants, etc., they take into account while calculating the depreciation. Usually, we can say that around 10 to 15% is the depreciational value in India, right? That is, if the GDP is this much, 10 to 15% will be subtracted as depreciational value from that, and then we get NDP. So see, which will be more in a country, GDP or a NDP? GDP has to be more. When will GDP and NDP be the same? When depreciation is 0. That won't happen, isn't it? See, even though NDP is the real value of goods and services produced in a country, still GDP is used to compare the economy of one country with the other country. Why? Because depreciation from country to country differs, right? Because depreciation of asset is based on various things such as climate, right? Infrastructure, road, right? See, depreciation rate of cars in India will be more or in America will be more. India will be more because roads. Illi roadalli gundiyalli road ide, right? So of course, so that comparison will not be proper. Even climatic conditions. See, people usually don't want to buy cars from coastal areas because coastal areas, because of humidity, right? It becomes more rusty, right? So yeah. Now that's all. That's why NDP is not used for comparison between countries. GDP is used, right? So guys, don't get confused. NDP is GDP minus depreciation, which includes depreciation, GDP or NDP? Which includes GDP includes depreciation, whereas NDP subtracts or takes out the depreciation. Yeah. So this is GDP and NDP. Everybody good? Now GNP or gross national product, right? What is GNP? See, in GDP, what did I say? It is the money value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given year, right? GDP is a territory specific concept, whereas GNP, it is the total value of goods and services produced by people of a country all across the world in a given year. See, in GDP we see how much was produced in India. In GNP we see how much Indians produced, right? So GNP is a people related concept, whereas GDP is a territory related concept. In GDP, where the production took place is important, whereas in GNP, who produced it? See, in GDP, within India, if anybody produces it, it will be added in India's GDP. Right? If an Indian produces good in America, will it be added in Indian GDP? No. Right? Whereas GNP it is the value of goods and services produced Indians all across the world. Right? So, how do we calculate GNP? GNP is GDP plus net factory income from abroad. GDP plus net factory income from abroad. Now, before understanding what net factory income from abroad is, let's understand what factory income from abroad means. What do you mean by factory income from abroad? See, factory income from abroad means money earned by Indians from foreign areas, isn't it? See, let's say, forget about it. How can I earn income? I can earn income by having land, or through my labor, or through investing capital, or through having a company. Everything else is illegal, no? Right? These are the legal ways of earning. Is there anything else other than this? No. Right? So, even a prostitute is doing labor. Yeah? And one more thing I forgot. Whatever is happening in Supreme Court from yesterday, same-sex marriage, extremely important for your exam. Yeah, so follow it. Right. So yes, we can earn income through this. Now this income can be earned within India or outside of India also. No, right? I can own land in foreign area. I can work in foreign. I can invest in foreign. I can have a company in foreign. So factor income from abroad means the money earned by Indians from foreign area. Simple? Yes. Now what do you mean by net factor income from abroad? Net factor income from abroad means money earned by Indians in foreign area minus foreigners will earn money in India also. No, look at Bangalore. How many foreign companies are there? Right. So they will earn money from India. Right. So that is Indians, money earned by Indians in foreign minus money earned by foreigners in India. Then we get net factor income from abroad. Right. So when we add NFIA to our GDP, we get GNP. Let's see. Understand this. Tata, let's say Tata. You know Tata? Right. And there is Facebook. See, Facebook produces services worth 1,000 crore rupees in India. It will add it to what? India's GDP or America's GDP? India's GDP. Simple, no? Now Tata or Wipro or Infosys, they produce goods in America worth 500 crores. That will be added to which GDP? Whose GDP? USS GDP. Right. On that, see, Tata makes 5 crores profit. This will be added where? Indian GNP, because that is earned by Tata. There is a profit earned by Tata. Getting my point? Facebook makes 10 crore profit here. So that will be added in America's GNP. Getting my point? They will ask question like this. To try to understand it simple way. See, because this is a marathon, I cannot explain it more. Right. Now, see, which should be more? GDP or GNP should be more? See, theoretically GNP should be more. Why? See, theoretically GNP should be more, because by adding something to GDP, we are getting GNP, isn't it? GNP is GDP plus NFIA. Right. So theoretically GNP should be more. But in India, India's GDP is more than India's GNP. Why? Because our NFIA is negative. Why? What do you mean by our NFIA is negative? That means if Indians earn 500 rupees in foreign and foreigners earn 700 rupees in India, what is our net factor income from abroad? Minus 200. Right. So our GDP is 1,000 rupees. So what is the formula for GNP? GDP plus NFIA. How much is NFIA? Plus or minus 200. So plus or minus? Minus. So our GNP will be 800 rupees. See, theoretically GNP should be more. But because foreigners earn more in India. See, Indians, we go abroad and work. We get salaries there. But foreigners come and invest here. They have all the multinational companies. So their profit is way huge than the salaries. Isn't it? So outgoing money is more than the incoming money. So our NFI is in negative territory. That's why GNP is in negative territory. Right? So GDP is where the production took place. GNP is who produced it. Right? Understand this? Remember this. Right? Then we have NNP, Net National Product. What is NNP? Simple. Every other, that is NDP minus, GNP minus depreciation. Right. When we subtract depreciation in India from the GNP, we get NNP or Net National Product. Guys, one more thing, very important thing here is, see, NNP at factor cost is considered as the official national income of India. See, most of the economic books have given this in a confusing way. GDP is not the official national income of our country. if the official national income of our country is NNP at factory cost, right? This is considered as the official national income of India. Now, see, UPSC says GNP minus depreciation at factory cost is the national income of India. Correct or wrong? Correct? No. GNP minus depreciation is nothing but NNP. This is what UPSC is going to do. They just twist and turn. They're little sadists. Right? So, you have to have this understanding. Okay? So, the first ever estimates of national income in India was published in 1956 by CSO. First ever national income statistics was published in 1956. Okay. Next, per capita income. What do you mean by per capita? Per head or per person. Right. So, per capita income is nothing but when the national income of a country is divided by the population of a country, we get per capita income. Right. So, national income. See, they will confuse you. They will say GDP divided by population is per capita. No. National income divided by population is per capita income. Right. As simple as that. Right. Now, see. World Bank classifies countries into 4 groups on the basis of per capita income. This is in news. That's why it is important. Right. Now, the 4 groups are on the basis of per capita income. Okay. And they have changed it in 2021, the criteria. Right. The countries are low income groups, lower middle income countries, upper middle income countries, and high income countries. Right. So, low income countries are where the per capita income is less than $1,045. Right. Now, middle income countries are those where per capita income is more than $1,045 but less than $4,095. Right. Upper middle income countries where the per capita income is more than $4,096 but less than $12,695. Right. And high income countries are those where per capita income is more than $12,695. So, as per 2021 estimates, World Bank estimates, the per capita income of Indians was $2,256 per person per year. Right. So, $2,256. Right. So, India comes in which category? Lower middle income category. Yeah. So, see, how do I remember all this? See, they will give some factual data. I wanted to tell you this. Right? I cannot remember, none of us can remember all of it. So, the trick is, see, look at some of the income of countries in and out of India. Right? In and around India. Right? See, if you see, Bhutan and Maldives have more per capita income than India. This much is enough for you to eliminate the wrong option. They might give in sentence that India has the highest per capita income in South Asian region. Can I say no? Because Maldives has a per capita income of $10,000 whereas Bhutan has $3,000 because they have less population. Right. So, this much is enough for you. You do not have to worry too much about the facts, figures, etc. Yeah. Now, development, measuring development. See, as I said, measuring development is difficult compared to measuring growth because development is qualitative. However, in 1990, right, Pakistani economist Mahbub ul Haq came out with a concept called Human Development Index. Yes, right. And this Human Development Index, which was introduced in 1990, is published every year by UNDP, United Nations Development Program, right? And this UNDP measures the development in a country using 3 criterias, right? What are the criterias? Health, education, and standard of living. On the 3 criteria, by heart this, right? Development is measured in different countries, right? Health is measured on the basis of life expectancy at birth. What do you mean by life expectancy at birth? The average years people may live in that year, in that country, right? Life expectancy. What is the average year, right? That is, life expectancy is used to measure health, right? Education is measured based on the average schooling years for kids and average literacy of adults, right? And standard of living is measured on the basis of per capita income, right? Using these three, health, education and standard of living, development is measured, right? So in HDI, countries are given score between 0 to 1, right? So 0 is the lowest and 1 is the highest score that a country can get, right? So a country below 0.550 is considered as low development. 550 to 0.699 is considered as medium development, right? 0.700 to 0.799 is high development, and above 0.800 is high development countries, right? Now, see, this Human Development Index measures these countries on these three criteria, and it publishes a report called Human Development Report on yearly basis. So let us talk about the Human Development Report of 2021-22, right? Now, see, the Human Development Report of 2021-22 is titled Uncertain Times, Unsettled Lives, because they might ask this question. Why is this title? Because of Corona. Uncertain times and unsettled lives. See, understand this. Because of Corona and it's impacted this thing, human development, that is education, health and standard of living in almost all the countries have reduced. See, the score of 90% of countries has reduced in this year's report. And total 191 countries were surveyed in this report, and rank of India is 132. India has got a lowly 132nd rank. That means from last year, India's rank has reduced by 1. Last year, India's rank was the 131, right? It has reduced by 1 rank, right? See, understand this. A country which is 5th largest economy with regarding to economic growth, but when it comes to economic development, we are a lowly 132. That means what? In India, growth is happening, but development is, see, that means production of goods and services is happening, but life of people is not improving. Is that what it means? Yes, right. Now see, now the score of India is 0.633 in 2021. 0.633 is the score. Actually, the score was 0.645 last year, right, previous years, but it has reduced because of Corona, the life expectancy of Indians have reduced, right? Previously, the life expectancy was 70.7 years, but it has reduced to 67.2 years in India, right? By, it's almost 3 years of reduction in life expectancy in India. And average schooling for children in India is 11.9 years, and average schooling for adults is 6.7 years. Right? So I don't think they will ask this, but life expectancy they might ask. See, life expectancy of not only India, but the global life expectancy has also reduced. Right? So the global life expectancy was, yes, 72 years. Right? It has reduced to 71 years due to Corona. Right? But India's life expectancy was also reduced. Now, out of this 191 countries, do we have to remember everything? It's impossible, isn't it? But they might ask a question. So what we do is, we try to remember the top 5, the least 5, and India and its South Asian neighbors. That's very important. And some countries in news. This will help you eliminate. Right? So now top 5 countries. Switzerland has got the highest rank in HDI. Right? This thing and all is not needed. Right? So followed by Norway. Second rank is Norway. Third rank is Ireland. Fourth, Hong Kong. Fifth, Australia. Right? See, USA is nowhere. China is nowhere. The rich countries are nowhere when it comes to development, isn't it? So these are the top 5 countries. The least ranked countries, all of them are African countries, right? So 191st, South Sudan, right? So that's enough. Anyways, it will be provided. That's enough. 191st is South Sudan. Now let us try to give importance to some of the major countries which are in news, right? See, UK. Why is UK important? Son-in-law of India, no. Son-in-law of Karnataka, Rishi Sunak, right? Who is the Prime Minister? So UK, Narayan Murthy ka son-in-law, na? Right? So UK is ranked 18th, right, in HDI. Japan, 19th. Look at USA. The richest country in the world when it comes to health, education and standard of living comes down to 21st, right? So Qatar, why Qatar? Yeah. See, that's how they ask question, guys. Right. Qatar, 42nd. Right. Argentina, 47. Right. Turkey, why Turkey? Earthquake, 48. Russia, important, 52. Ukraine, 77. Right. China, 79. The so-called bigger, one of the fastest growing economies in the world when it comes to HDI, 79. Right. Brazil, 87. South Africa, 109. Now, why am I giving this? See, because they will ask questions like, heard about BRICS? See, they will not ask factual questions. They will say, they will have a statement saying, among BRICS grouping, India has the best HDA, or India has the second lowest HDA ranking. No, India has the lowest ranking, right? So, first, among this, Russia will come first, China will come second, Brazil will come third, right? South Africa, and then comes India. So, this is what you have to understand here, right? So, see, to be frank, I do this on a regular basis, but I don't remember the ranks as such, right? So, but I have an idea of how to eliminate, yeah? So, now let us see, yes, South Asian countries. This is more important, right? Now, in South Asian countries, look at this. Sri Lanka has the best rank, right? 73rd rank, right? So, followed by Maldives, 90th, right? Bhutan, 122nd. Bangladesh, 129. So, we have to see this. Bhutan and Bangladesh has better ranking than India. Will it help you eliminate? Yes. India, 132nd. Nepal, 143rd. Pakistan, 161. Afghanistan, 180. Right. Understand this. There are 4 countries in South Asia which are better ranked than India. Right. So, this is about Human Development Index. Yeah. Now, along with Human Development Index, right, UNDP comes out with some of the other reports also. Right. Some of them are one of the other indexes, Inequality Adjust Human Development Index. What do you mean by Inequality Adjust Human Development Index? See here, whatever Human Development Index score is there, right? If there is more inequality in the country, from that score, some subtraction will happen because of inequality, right? So, Inequality Adjust Human Development Index it will be adjusted to inequalities. That means, score will be deducted if inequality is more, right? Rural inequality between male and female, inequality between urban and rural areas, etc. Right? So, in the criteria, what are the criteria? Education, health and standard of living. So, in these criteria, we will see whether it is equal, these criteria are equally available for everybody or whether there is inequality. So, in Inequality Adjust, HDI scores, marks will be subtracted, score will be subtracted for inequality, right? So, the concept of Inequality Adjust Human Development Index was started in 2010, right? So, see, overall, what is the HDI score of India? 0.633. But when you subtract score for inequality, it reduces by 16.8% and the score becomes 0.537. Don't need to by heart that, but understand that. Yeah. So because, can I say there is a lot of inequality in India with regard to health, education and standard of living? Yes, right. That is inequality adjusted human development index. Then, yes, this is more important. Planetary pressure adjusted human development index. This concept was introduced in 2020 by UNDP. This is the recent concept. Planetary pressure adjusted human development index. Here, yes, human development index score will be adjusted with the environmental pollution and related aspects, right? So here, see, it will be adjusted with carbon dioxide emission in that country. So higher the carbon dioxide emission, lower will be your planetary pressure adjusted human development index. Yeah. So the score of India will also come down in PHDI to 0.609 because of the carbon dioxide emissions, right? Now, gender development index, GDI, gender development index, started in 1995 by UNDP, right? Gender development index measures the inequalities between male and female in education, health and standard of living, right? How much, whether it is equally shared or whether inequality is there, etc. Right? See, and here in gender development index, if the score is close to 1, that means less inequality. If the score is close to 0, that means more inequality. So, see, Switzerland has a score of 0.967, that means less inequality. In India, the score is 0.849, that means inequality is there but not that much. Yeah. So, now that is gender development index. Next, we have gender inequality index. Gender inequality index. It was also started in 2010. Now, see, gender development index measures inequality with regarding to 3 criteria. That is what? Health, education and standard of living. Right. Now, gender inequality index measures inequality with regarding to reproductive health, empowerment and labor market participation. These 3 criteria change here. Right. So, reproductive health means whether women are getting proper health facilities or not with regarding to reproducing children, etc. Right. Empowerment means empowerment is gauged on the basis of parliamentary seats won by or occupied by women. If the higher parliamentary seats, that means political empowerment is there. Right. Labor participation means how much is it easier for women to participate or get employment opportunities. On these 3 basis, gender inequality index is ranked. Then multidimensional poverty index. This is important. Again started in 2010. What do you mean by multidimensional poverty? Yes, see, multidimensional poverty simply means multiple factors leading to poverty. Right? See, poor people are those who are deprived of certain basic factors, these things, right? But some people might be deprived of very few things, but some people might be deprived of many aspects, isn't it? We have to see how much deprivation is there among people, right? So, multidimensional poverty index, right? It captures multiple deprivations faced by poor people, right? So, see, now multidimensional poverty index is measured using that same 3 criteria, education, health and standard of living. But these 3 criteria are subcategorized. There are subcategories of these 3 criteria, right? So, in health, nutrition and child mortality is taken into account, right? In education, years of schooling and school attendance is taken into account. And in standard of living, availability of cooking fuel, sanitation, drinking water, electricity, housing and assets. All of these are taken into account. And we are seeing in how many dimensions people are being deprived. So, if people are facing deprivation in more dimensions, what do you mean by that? Multidimensional poverty is more. If people are deprived of only few, that means multidimensional poverty is less. So, anybody who is deprived of more than 50% of these criteria are considered as severely multidimensional poor people. Right. Now, as per certain reports, right, as per UNDP's report, right, India was having a multidimensional poverty of 381 million people. That means 381 million people were suffering, were deprived of at least 50% of these criteria. Right. So, this is about multidimensional poverty index. Right. So, with that, we are done with economic growth and economic development. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to the chapter of fiscal policy and budget. Very important. Right. Now, what do you mean by fiscal policy? See, government has requirement for money, isn't it? Government needs money and government has a responsibility to spend that money, right? Government raises income and it spends money. Can I say that? Fiscal policy is the policy of the government which deals with the income of the government and expenditure of the government. Anything which deals with the how government raises the income and where and how much it spends the money. Any policy related to that is called as fiscal policy, right? So, now there are two types of fiscal policies. What are they? Expansionary fiscal policy and contractionary fiscal policy. What do you mean by expansionary fiscal policy? In expansionary fiscal policy, government tries to increase the money supply in the economy. Okay? Why will government want to increase the money supply? Whenever there is economic slowdown, when economic slowdown is happening, that means there is less money in the hands of the people, isn't it? So, when people have less money in their hands, they will not demand more goods and services, right? So, when there is economic slowdown, government wants to increase the money supply, right? To increase the money supply, they will undertake expansionary fiscal policy. In expansionary fiscal policy, what they do is, they will either reduce taxes, right? Yeah, taxes will be reduced. When taxes are reduced, can I say people will have more money in their hands? Right? That means money supply increases, isn't it? Now, or they will increase government spending. Right? When government spending increases, for example, government will come up with new program saying that we will give money to unemployed people, or Narega wage rates will be increased. So, when government investment or government expenditure increases, can I say it will lead to more money supply? So, this will lead to increased money supply in the economy, and this is called as expansionary fiscal policy. When will expansionary fiscal policy be undertaken? During economic slowdown. See, during after Corona, the government came up with something called Atmanirbhar package of 20 lakh crore rupees. Right? That was an expansionary fiscal policy. Can I say that? Right. Contractionary fiscal policy, on the other hand, is when government tries to reduce the money supply in the economy. Right? Contract it. Right? When will the government try to reduce money supply? When the inflation is high. In order to control inflation, you have to reduce money supply, isn't it? And then at that time, contractionary fiscal policy will be undertaken. Right? How will they undertake contractionary fiscal policy? By either increasing the taxes or by reducing government expenditure. See, when it comes to fiscal policy, interest rates will not come under here, because interest rates are increased and decreased by whom? Yes, RBI and the banks. Right? We are talking about government here. So, here we can talk about taxes and expenditure. Right? When you reduce taxes and increase your expenditure, it is called as expansionary policy. When you increase taxes and reduce expenditure, that is called as contractionary policy. Right. Now, see, when it comes to fiscal policy, budget is the most important tool of fiscal policy in the hands of the government. Right. It is through budget that government deals with income and expenditure. Is that right? Right. And as we all know that Article 112 of Indian Constitution deals with budget. Everybody knows this? Right. So, yes. Now, yes. Now, first, what is a budget? What do you mean by a budget? See, budget is a financial plan for an upcoming year. It is a plan for the future, isn't it? It is a statement of expected income and expected expenditure. See, whatever the figures in the budget which are given, they are just expected. They are not the exact figures. They are thinking, okay, in the next year I will get this much income and I'll spend this much. Right? It's a statement of expected income and expenditure. Right? It's a plan. It's a financial plan for the upcoming ensuing financial year. See, this year the budget is for 2023-24. That is the upcoming financial year, isn't it? Right? Not for the previous year, upcoming year. Right. Now, there are three types of budgets: balanced budget, surplus budget, and deficit budget. Right. What do you mean by balanced budget? If the income of the government is equal to the expenditure, it is called as balanced budget. If the expected income of the government is 100 and government is spending 100, it is called as balanced budget. Haske iddashtu kalchachu. Right. So, surplus budget. What do you mean by surplus budget? Right. Surplus means extra. Right. That is, when income of the government is more than the expenditure, we have extra. We have money left. Right. So, if the income is 200 and expenditure is 100, we have an extra 100 left with us. Isn't it? This is surplus budget. But this doesn't happen. Right. So, then we have deficit budget. What do you mean by deficit budget? Deficit means shortage. Right. So, deficit budget is where the income of the government is less than expenditure. Income is 100, but the planned expenditure is 200. We have a shortage of 100 rupees. This is, India has always had deficit budget. Right. That means our income is less than our expenditure. The numbers I will give. Right. Now, quickly the basics. Right. In India, there used to be two types of budget, the railway budget and the general budget. See, for the first time, separate railway budget was presented in 1921 because it was done on the recommendation of Ackworth Committee. Right. So, but in 2016, railway budget was again merged with the general budget. Right. On the recommendation of a committee called Debek-Debroy Committee. Right. Now we have only one budget for India, that is the central budget or the union budget. State governments have separate. Everything, but we are talking about the central budget, right? So see, Article 112 of Indian Constitution deals with budget, but the word budget is nowhere mentioned in the Constitution. What does the Constitution call it? Annual financial statement, right? See, now the question comes, Article 112 deals with budget, correct or wrong? The question is, Article 112 deals with budget. Yes, correct. It deals with budget. See, it's English. See, but if the question says Article 112 mentions budget, then it's wrong. But Article 112 is dealing with budget, no? For example, let's say there is something called ganja, right? Marijuana. But can I deal with ganja without saying the word ganja? I can call score, I can call it greens. I'm dealing with ganja only, no? But I'm not mentioning it. This is the difference, right? Dealing with something or mentioning something. Yes, Article 112 absolutely deals with budget, but it does not mention the word budget. This is what UPSC is all about, right? So, understanding this basic thing, right? Now, so see, let us come to the structure of budget. Very, very important, guys, right? Now, see, the budget, the structure, that is the, the rupa, right, of our budget. Union budget has a structure. There are different categorization in our budget. So Indian budget is classified into two categories, that is revenue account and capital account, or we can also call as revenue budget and capital budget, right. Revenue account is again classified into revenue income and revenue expenditure. Capital account is again classified into capital income and capital expenditure. They will ask questions on this. See guys, first understand, what do you mean by income? Money coming into you, as simple as that. How, what, when doesn't matter. See, if I am stealing money, is it income for me at that moment? Absolutely yes, right. So income is money coming into you, expenditure is money going out of you. Do not overthink on this, right. How, what, when, whether it is good or bad, that's secondary, right. Incoming, outgoing. So receipts is nothing but income, okay. Receipt, received, right. So revenue income and revenue expenditure, capital income and capital expenditure. Now let us talk about this. Now different type of income is classified either as revenue income or capital income. Different type of expenditure is classified as either capital revenue expenditure or capital expenditure, right. Now what do you mean by revenue income? See, there are three things you have to understand, right. They will ask different type of questions. Three things you have to understand here. Any income of the government which does not create any debt for the government, which does not create any liability for the government, and which does not reduce the government assets will be considered as revenue income. By heart these three. Should not create debt, should not create liability, should not reduce assets of the government, right. What do you mean by debt? Debt is money borrowed, right. What do you mean by liability? Liability is obligation of any other kind. Let me put it very simply. What's your name? Yes. Yeah. So Meenakshi comes to me and I go to Meenakshi and I say, give me 10,000 rupees. So am I borrowing money? That is debt, right. Whereas Meenakshi comes to me and says, I have 10,000 rupees, you keep it, right. You do whatever with it. But when I ask, give it back to me. So here it is not borrowed money, but do I have an obligation to pay her back? This is liability, right. So see, when if IAS Baba borrows money from the bank, that is the debt of IAS Baba. But salaries that they have to pay us, that's the obligation, that's the liability of IAS Baba. Getting my point? So see, understand this, all debts are liabilities, but all liabilities are not debts. Correct, no? Right. Because when you borrow money, there is a liability to pay back. But there are certain kind of things which are only liability but not debt. Yeah. So revenue income are those which does not create any debt, liability or reduce the government asset. Simple, right? Types of them are, there are two types of revenue income, that is tax revenue income and non-tax revenue income. See, any type of taxes collected by the government is revenue income because it does not create any debt. There is no financial liability to pay it back, right? And does it reduce the asset? Nope, right? So tax, direct tax, indirect tax, cess, surcharge, mannu, masi, everything, right? So, right, now, see, they will ask this question, oh, tax like that, tax like this, do not get confused, right? Then that is easy. Non-tax revenue income, right? Non-tax revenue income, that is income which does not create debt or liability or reduce the asset, but they are not taxes. Example are interest received, that money received as interest, because central government has given loans to other state governments or etc. Right? Now, when you give loan to Nepal, Nepal will give interest to you. Isn't it? That's an income. So, that doesn't create any debt or liability. That doesn't reduce the asset of the government. So, that is non-tax revenue income. Profits and dividends earned by the central government. Right? Fees and fines. We have paid a lot of this. Right? So, drunk driving, smoking in the public, triple riding, no helmet, no seat belt. Right? So, fees and fines. Right? Grants. External grants. Right? What do you mean by grants? Grants are the one-sided money given by someone else. We don't have to pay back grants. Right? Grants are just we receive it. We don't pay it back. See, but loans are not revenue income. Why? It creates debt. Loans are not this thing. Loan is also income, no? But it is not a revenue income because there is a debt created. Yes or no? Right. But grants, we don't have to pay it back. That's why it's a revenue income. See, interest, receiving interest is a revenue income, but recollection of loan. If central government has given loan to Nepal and 500 crores loan has been given to Nepal, on that 500 crores, government receives 10 crores as interest. This is revenue income. But when Nepal gives back this 500 crores, that is also income, no? But that is not a revenue income. Why? Why? Because it reduces government assets, no? This 500 crore is nothing but an asset for the government because it was earning interest. Simple, no? Yes or no? Right. Recovery of loan is not revenue income, whereas interest is revenue income. Yeah. So this is about revenue income. I'll tell you the types and numbers, etc. later on. Right. Next, revenue expenditure. Expenditure is money going out of you. Right. What do you mean by revenue expenditure? Revenue expenditure is the expenditure. Expenditure means money spent, which does not create any physical or financial asset to the government. Revenue expenditure should not create any physical or financial asset for the government, and it should not reduce government debts. Right? So see, if we are spending money, it is not creating any asset, it is not even reducing our loans, then where are we spending the money? See, revenue expenditure is the expenditure for the normal consumption of the government, for the normal functioning and administrative purposes of the government. Right? So, government has consumption, isn't it? So, revenue expenditure is recurring in nature. It is needed for normal functioning of the government. For example of this thing, revenue expenditure is paying salaries, paying pensions, paying subsidies, right? Paying interest, because government has also taken loan. On that loan, we have to pay interest, no? Yes or no? Right? Paying interest, right? These are the examples. And giving grants to the state and union territories. Central government gives grants to the state and union territories, right? So, that is considered as revenue expenditure, right? See, understand this. Central government giving grants to state government is revenue expenditure. But if central government gives loans to state government, that is not revenue expenditure. Why? Loan creates assets. It's a financial asset, isn't it? Grants is revenue expenditure, but loans is not. Yes? Right. Revenue expenditure is recurring in nature. Right. So see, understood this? What is my revenue income? Salary. My salary. It does not create any debt, liability, or reduces the assets. Right. What is my revenue expenditure? The money I spend on petrol, my food, etc. for my own consumption. Understand this simply. Right. So, yeah, I wanted to say something, forgot. Yeah. So next we'll go to okay. If we sell government properties, government will get income, no? Is that a revenue income? Yes or no? That 3 points. It reduces government assets, no? It won't be revenue income. Disinvestment, privatization, all that reduces government assets, no? Obviously, so those 3 points, Sunny, right? So, those 3 points have to be said again and again in the mind. Yeah. Now, capital account. Capital account again has two types, two categories, that is capital income and capital expenditure. Right. Now, what do you mean by capital income? This is ulta to revenue. Capital income is that income which creates debt, which creates liability, or which reduces government assets. Right. So, there are three types of capital income. One is debt creating capital income. That means when we borrow money from any source, when the government borrow money, that is debt creating capital income. Right. Then there is liability creating capital income. What is liability creating capital income? Examples of liability creating capital income is loans. See, for example, post office accounts, the money held in post office accounts will be used by central government. Yes, but government has a liability to pay it back when the depositor wants that money, no? Post office accounts, money in the provident fund, money in the pension fund, right? And issuing of bonds, because government has to buy back that bonds after the maturity, right? Small saving certificates, this thing, all of these are liability creating capital income. And then there is asset reducing capital income. What is the example of asset reducing capital income? Right? Selling of government properties, disinvestment, privatization, right? Because we are getting the money, but asset is reducing. Right? Now, recovery of loans is also asset reducing capital income. Because when you recover the loan, you will get income, but that money stops being a asset for you because it will not earn interest on it. This is where UPSC is going to ask questions, right? So this is about capital income, right? Next, capital expenditure. Capital expenditure is ulta to revenue expenditure. See, capital expenditure is any expenditure of the government which creates physical or financial assets for the government and which reduces the government liabilities, right? So any investment made by the government, right? Roads, railways, even statues. Statue is an asset, no? You like it or not, right? That is a UPSC, that is a mains related thing, whether it is good or bad, but it's it's considered as an asset, right? So that is, expenditure. And if, repayment of loans, there's an expenditure, it reduces the government. See, interest, repayment of interest is a revenue expenditure, whereas repayment of loan is capital expenditure because it reduces government liabilities, right? Now, which kind of income is better? In revenue income is better or capital income is better? Revenue income is better. It does not create any headache for us, right? Whereas which kind of expenditure is better? Capital expenditure is better because it creates assets, right? See, understand this. Creating new assets is capital expenditure, but money spent on maintaining already existing assets is revenue expenditure, right? So, yes, a practice question. In order to increase capital formation in a country, which type of expenditure should be increased? Revenue expenditure, capital expenditure, both, neither. Capital expenditure. Capital formation, nothing but asset creation, right? Profits and dividends earned by the government is a part of non-tax revenue income. Yeah, right. So, now let us talk about deficits. As I said, India has always had a deficit budget. That means our planned expenditure is always more than our planned income or expected income, right? Now, with regard to deficits, there are the 4 things that we have to take into account, right? That is revenue deficit, effective revenue deficit, fiscal deficit, and primary deficit, right? Now, what do you mean by, okay, no, before that, okay. Revenue expenditure, yes, I just want to say one more thing about revenue expenditure. What do you mean by revenue expenditure? Right, it is for the normal consumption and maintenance of the government, which should not create any assets for the government, isn't it? Now, as I said, see, when central government gives grants to the state governments and UTs, that is also a part of revenue expenditure because that is for the normal functioning of the government of India, isn't it? Now, but let's say central government gave 500 crores as grants to the state government. So that is a part of revenue expenditure, no? Right. Out of that, one state, for example, Karnataka got 500 crores as revenue money from the central government, but Karnataka used 200 crores to create assets. Now, this is a problem, isn't it? Because revenue expenditure should not create asset. Central government gave it as a revenue expenditure, but out of that 500 crores, some amount of money is used for asset creation by the state government. Now, what to do? Right. So, this was a problem. So to deal with this, in 2011 and 12, government came out with a concept called effective revenue expenditure. Effective revenue expenditure. Okay. Effective revenue expenditure is nothing but revenue expenditure of the central government minus money used by the states to create assets. Getting my point? So if 1,000 crores grants was given by the central government, and out of that 100 crore is used by the states to creating asset, how much will be the effective revenue expenditure? 900 crores. So that will show the exact revenue expenditure of the central government, right? So 2011-12 effective revenue expenditure concept was started by our former finance minister and former president of India, that is Pranab Mukherjee, right? Now let's come to deficits. See, here we have to understand three main types of deficits: revenue deficit, fiscal deficit, and primary deficit. Now, what do we mean by revenue deficit? See, revenue deficit means our revenue income is less than our revenue expenditure. When revenue income of our country is less than our revenue expenditure, then we have revenue deficit. That means, see, our money is not even enough to maintain our normal consumption. Revenue expenditure is very dangerous. That means, see, we do not have enough money to our own consumption. Getting my point? Right? So, that means now government has to borrow not to invest, but for their own consumption. Is that good? No. See, if you borrow money and invest it, you will get returns out of it. But you are borrowing for your own food purpose, your own consumption purpose, that is not good. Right? So, revenue deficit is very dangerous. I will tell you the percentage, etc. later on. Right? So, now, fiscal deficit. What do you mean by fiscal deficit? Fiscal deficit is the total shortage. Right? That means the formula for the fiscal deficit is total expenditure of the government minus total money in the hands of the government. Right? That is total money. What will be the money they will be having? Revenue income they will have. Right? Plus non-debt creating capital income. That means, they will plan, we will sell this much, we will issue this many bonds. Getting my point? Right. So, money that they know they will have in their hand. So, total expenditure means revenue expenditure plus capital expenditure minus total money in the hands of the government. That is fiscal deficit. Right. Let's say our total expenditure is 1,000 rupees and our total money in the hand, planned money in the hand is 700 rupees. How much is the deficit here? 300 rupees. Now, what can we do about this? Fiscal deficit gives us an idea about how much we need to borrow. Right? So, by calculating fiscal deficit, we get to know the borrowing requirement for the upcoming year. Isn't it? To meet our expenditure, planned expenditure, we are falling short of 300 rupees. That means we have to borrow that 300 rupees. Yes or no? Yes? Right. This is called as fiscal deficit. Yeah? Now, primary deficit. What do you mean by primary deficit? See, every government tries to manage or tries to reduce the fiscal deficit of a country. Right? Every country takes steps to reduce fiscal deficit. Right? To see whether the steps taken by the government, the present government, to see the steps taken by the present government to reduce fiscal deficit, has that worked out or not? To see that, we have to calculate primary deficit. Right? See, now what happens is, the formula for primary deficit is fiscal deficit minus interest payments. See, to see whether the current government has been successful in reducing fiscal deficit or not, we have to take out the interest payment out of that. Why? Because interest payment is a legacy payment. What do you mean by interest payment is a legacy payment? See, the current government has to pay interest on the loans taken by the previous governments also. Modi government is paying interest on the loans taken by Manmohan Singh government. They cannot control it. Interest rates are fixed. dates are fixed. They have to pay it. Yes or no? So, see, let's say last year fiscal deficit was 500 rupees, right? Out of that 500 rupees, 50 rupees was interest payment. How much will be the primary deficit? 500 minus 50, that is 450 is the primary deficit. Now, this year again, fiscal deficit is 500 rupees. But out of that, 100 rupees was the interest payment. See, if we compare, it seems like, government has not been successful in reducing fiscal deficit, because fiscal deficit is 500 in both the years, isn't it? But this is because of the legacy payments. But when we calculate primary deficit, 500 minus 100, how much is the fiscal deficit? 400. So that means we can see that government has been successful in reducing a little bit of fiscal deficit. Can I say that? It was 450 last year, now it is 400. To see whether the present government is successful in reducing the fiscal deficit or not, we have to take out the impact of interest payment, right, which is a legacy payment, which the current government has no control over, right. For that, we calculate primary deficit. Primary deficit is fiscal deficit minus interest payment. Yeah. Yes. Now, let us talk about government debt or public debt. Because see, debt is nothing but borrowing money, or right, debt and liability of the government. That is nothing but a part of fiscal policy. Can I say that? Because when you borrow money, when you take money, it's income for you. What kind of income is it? Capital income, right? Now, how much is the government debt, right, etc., etc. So, now, government debt or public debt, should it be high or less? Less, no? Right. Now, see, public debt, government debt is also called as public debt. Right? Public matlab government. Right? Now, when I say government debt, it includes both central government debt as well as state government's debt. Right? If I say India's public debt is 100 rupees, it includes both money borrowed by central government as well as state governments. Okay. Now the question is, can the state governments borrow without the permission of central government? Yes. State governments can borrow without the permission of central government. But there is a condition. Article 293 clause 3 of Indian Constitution says, if a state government already owes money to the central government, then they have to take the permission of central government. Getting my point? If a state government has an outstanding loan that it has to pay back to the central government, in this situation, state government has to take the permission of the central government to borrow. If there is no outstanding loan, then they can borrow without the permission of central government. But as of today, all the state governments are in one way or other way owe money to the central government. Hence, they have to take the permission. Right. Now, yes. So, see, as per the economic survey, right, the current liabilities of Indian government, when I say Indian government, both central government as well as state government in financial year 2022 stood at 134 lakh crore rupees. Huge. In 2014, it was 54,000 crores. Right. So, 134 lakh crore rupees is the public debt. Right. Out of that one, this is all from economic survey, okay guys? Right. Out of that, 95% is internal debt. What do you mean by internal debt? Within India, borrowed within India by the government. Only 4.9% is external debt, that is borrowed outside of India. Right. Now, the debt to GDP ratio is 84.5% in 2022. That, what do you mean by debt to GDP ratio? In comparison to GDP, how much is our debt? If 100 rupees is our GDP, how much is the debt? As simple as that. So, if our GDP is 100 rupees, we have a debt of 84.5 rupees on that. It's very huge actually. Right. To be frank, it has reduced a little. See, in 2021, it was 89.6, but here it is 84.5 in 2022, but it is supposed to increase later on. Right. But you remember this 84.5% is the debt to GDP ratio in 2022. Right. Have you heard about FRBM Act? Right. Have you heard about NK Singh Review Committee of FRBM? Right. NK Singh Review Committee of FRBM had said that debt to GDP ratio should come down to 60% by 2023. But how much do we have? Right. So, it's not possible. I have given the information about FRBM Act, etc. in the material. Okay. So, yes. Now, I have told you about the basics of fiscal policy. Right. Now, just a couple of previous year's questions. Right. Which among the following steps is most likely to be taken at the time of an economic recession? What do you mean by economic recession? Slowdown. Right. Now, during economic recession, see guys, you have to link. During recession, money supply will be less. Government wants to increase money supply. So, what can be done to increase money supply? Cut in tax rates accompanied by increase in interest rate. No. Increasing interest rate will make borrowing difficult and money supply will reduce. Right. Increase in expenditure on public purposes, public projects. Yes. Right. See, many a times be sure, because this is not a multiple statement question. Right. You see this and it is yes, you don't even have to see. Right. A little bit of courage is important in prelims. A little bit of bandatana. Right. So, it is important. Look at this. Guys, and one more thing. Whenever in UPSC, they give like too many statements like this, na, do not get perturbed. Do not get scared, because options will always be easy. Right. Now, they are saying, this is a previous year's question. In India, which of the following can be considered as a public investment in agriculture? See, when we say public investment, it leads to create asset, physical or financial or social asset. Right. Now, let us see this. See, setting up of cold storage facilities by the government. Is it an asset? Public asset. Public means government asset. Right. They are not asking about asset of the people. Right. So, cold storages? Yes. 5 should be in the answer. Which of the above are correct? Right. 5 should be, 6 should be in the answer. So, 6 is not here, 6 is not here. So, we are left with only 2 options. Yeah. See, UPSC prelims is not as difficult as you think it is. Right. Now, fixing minimum support price for agricultural produce of all. Giving MSP, does it lead to any asset for the government? No. 1 cannot be in the answer. Computerization of primary agricultural credit societies. Computer is an asset, na? Right. 2. Social capital development. Confusing. We don't know. Keep it like that. Right. Free electricity supply to farmers. Will it create any asset to the government? No. Waiver of agricultural loans by the banking system? No. So, see, we know 6 should be in the answer and 4 should not be in the answer. Right. 1 and 4 should not be in the answer. Let us eliminate that. 1 cannot be in the answer. Right. Knowing one statement, you get, see, this is not a question I have framed. This is UPSC. Right. 2, 3 and 6. Okay. So, Yes. Yes. This is a good question. Despite being a high saving economy, capital formation may not result in significant increase in output due to. See, the question is saying, even though there is asset creation in the country, still it is not increasing the output. Why? Right. The answer is high capital output ratio. Answer is high capital output ratio. What do you mean by capital output ratio? See, capital output ratio means the investment required to produce goods and services. This is what it is. How much investment is required to produce goods and services? Capital output ratio should always be less. Can I say that? We should be able to invest less and produce more. Is that right? Right. So, see, if I am investing 32 rupees and if I am producing 8 goods, how much is the capital output ratio? Come on, engineers. Yes, 32 divided by 8. That is per product I am investing 4 rupees. Right. So, capital output ratio should always be less. If I am investing 60 rupees to produce 8 goods, how much will be the capital output ratio? 60 divided by 8 is 7.5. That means to produce 1 unit, I am investing 7.5 rupees. So, capital output ratio should always be less. Simple? Right. So, the answer is, this is also UPSC question. Right. So, there are many other questions, which I have given in the document. Right. So, this is about fiscal policy. So, let's quickly deal with the budget of this year. Right. And I will tell you which things to give importance to. Yeah. Everybody good with this? Right. See, in budget, you don't have to give importance to factual aspects too much. Right. Understand the concepts. Questions will come like that. Right. See, is budget a constitutional document? Yes or no? Yes. Article 112 says that every year budget should be presented. Right. Now, annual financial statement should be presented. Right. Now, along with the budget, there are 4 more, with budget, there are 4 more documents that government presents to the parliament. This is mandated by FRBM Act. Right. FRBM Act says that with budget, there are, 4 more documents that has to be presented. Right. So, these 4 documents are statutory documents because a law mandates this. Right. These documents are medium-term fiscal policy statement, fiscal policy strategy statement, macroeconomic framework statement, and medium-term expenditure framework statement. Right. Now, understand this. The first 3, these are presented along with budget. But the medium-term expenditure framework statement is presented just after budget to the parliament. But all of the 4 will be presented. FRBM Act mandates that. This. Okay. Now, as I have said, we have already discussed this. Now, look at the estimates. So, for the upcoming year, the planned expenditure of Indian government is 45 lakh crore rupees. Out of this 45 lakh crore rupees, 35 lakh crore rupees is revenue expenditure, whereas where is that thing? Wow. Where is that round thing? Yes. Yes. Out of this 45 lakh crore rupees, 35 lakh crore rupees is revenue expenditure, whereas 10 lakh crore rupees is capital expenditure. So see, this 10 lakh crore rupees is the highest ever money given for capital expenditure. What do you mean by capital expenditure? For asset creation and reduction of government loan debt, right? See, UPSC will ask a question like, which kind of expenditure is more in India? Which is revenue, capital, revenue. 35 lakh crore rupees is revenue expenditure, right? Or they might ask question like, revenue expenditure of India is 3 times more than the capital expenditure. Correct? No? Right. So you don't have to remember point and all that, just the basic idea of it. Yeah. Now, so the expenditure is 45 lakh crore rupees, whereas the planned income is only 27.2 lakh crore rupees. Right. That is, in the money in hand is just 27.2 lakh crore rupees. There's a huge shortage. Can I say that? That means India will have, this year's budget will have a huge deficit. Can I say that? Right. So, yeah. So, yes. Now, revenue expenditure, right. So, the highest revenue expenditure, how much is the revenue expenditure? 35 lakh crore rupees. Out of that, highest revenue expenditure will be made on interest payments, paying the interest. Right. Nearly 10 lakh crore rupees, nearly 11 lakh, 10.80 lakh crore rupees will be spent as for paying interest. That is the loan we have already taken. Huge, isn't it? So that is the highest revenue expenditure, followed by subsidies, pensions and grants. This is the top this thing of revenue expenditure, right? Whereas capital expenditures, guys, this is important, okay? Capital expenditure, this is the highest ever money allocated for capital expenditure, 10 lakh crore rupees. Last year, 7.5 lakh crore rupees was given. This is a very good step actually, right? 10 lakh crore rupees is given for capital expenditure. Then there is another concept called effective capital expenditure. What do you mean by effective capital expenditure? See, effective capital expenditure is, see, money spent by the central government for capital creation plus grants given to the state government to create asset. Specifically, they will give grants to create asset, right? So, effective capital expenditure, when we add the grants given also, effective capital expenditure becomes 13.7 lakh crore rupees. Directly government, central government will spend 10 lakh crore rupees to create assets, and 3.7 lakh crore rupees will be given to state governments to create assets as grants, right? That is called as effective capital expenditure, right? Now, how much is the total expenditure? 45 lakh crore rupees, right? So, now see, where does this money go to, right? Where will the government spend the money? Which sectors get the highest expenditure, So, as I said, overall interest payments, out of, if 1 rupee is spent, out of the 20 paise is spent for interest payment. So, 20%, nearly 20% will be spent for interest payment, right? Followed by states' shares of tax and duties. Central government has to share the taxes with states and duties, isn't it? That's an expenditure only, right? Now, 18 paise. Then, central sector schemes, 17% or 17 paise. What do you mean by, and then centrally sponsored schemes. Do you know the difference between central sector schemes and central sponsored schemes? See, central sector schemes, right? These schemes are planned and executed by the central government, and the complete financial contribution is from the central government, right? For example, Digital India, right? Whereas centrally sponsored scheme is planned by the central government but implemented by the state governments, and financial contribution is shared between central and the state government. right? Like MG Narega. Okay. So central sector scheme 17%, central sponsored scheme 9%, right? So subsidies around 7%, etc. So 2 or 3, remember 2 or 3. This is where the money goes to, right? Now, income. We have spoken about expenditure. Let's speak about income. Now, with regarding to income, as I said, government has a money of 27.2 lakh crore rupees, right? Out of that, 26.32 lakh crore is the revenue income, right? So, which is the highest income in India, revenue income or capital income? Revenue income. Out of the total 27 lakh income, 26 lakh income is revenue income, right? And out of this 26 lakh revenue income, tax income is 23.3 lakh crore rupees. Okay. And out of this tax money, direct tax contributes more. 54.4% is contributed by direct taxes, whereas 45.6% is contributed by indirect taxes. They might ask a question on this. You know direct taxes and indirect taxes? Yes. And tax to GDP ratio is 11.1%. What do you mean by tax to GDP ratio? In comparison to GDP, how much tax is collected? If the GDP is 100 rupees, how much tax is collected? So, tax to GDP ratio is 11.1%. So, now, where rupee comes from, right? The highest money for the next year will come from borrowing and other liabilities. 30% or 34% of our income will come from borrowing, because see, there is 17 lakh crore rupees shortage, isn't it? So, and other liabilities. So, 34% highest money comes from, income comes from borrowing and other liabilities, right? Whereas, with regarding to taxes, GST has the highest contribution, 17%, right? Whereas, income tax, which is a direct tax, gives 15%. Corporate tax gives income of 15%. This is where rupee comes from. Now let's see the deficits. See, if I am saying that our expenditure is 45 lakh crore rupees, whereas our income is 27 lakh crore rupees, can I say there is huge deficit? Right. But remember this thing, with comparison to last year, every deficit has reduced this year. Even though this year the deficit is high, but compared to last year, deficits has reduced. Okay. So you have to remember this. Deficits in 2023-24 is, fiscal deficit will be 5.9% of our GDP. High, no? Right? So, whereas revenue deficit will be 2.9% of our GDP. And primary deficit will be 2.3% of our GDP. So, deficits are quite high, because if you see FRBM review committee, right, NK Singh committee had said by 2023, our fiscal deficit should come down to 2.5% of the GDP, right, and our revenue deficit should come down to 0.8% of our GDP. By 2023. This was the target set by FRBM review committee. However, we are way high. Right. But compared to last year, it is lesser. Yeah. So, now, so this year's budget, always, this Nirmala Sitharaman comes up some punchline, some dialogues like, Amrit Kal and all that, right? So today the government says we are in Amrit Kal, right? Ask Muslims if they are in Amrit Kal, right? So Amrit Kal is period between 2023 to 2047, that is the 100th year of our freedom, right, independence. This year is considered, this period is called as Amrit Kal, right? And for the Amrit Kal, right, for this year's budget, government has come out with 7 priority areas. These priority areas are called as Saptarishis, right? What are these Saptarishis? So these areas will be given importance to. Saptarishis are inclusive development, reaching the last mile, youth power, finance sector, green growth, unleashing the potential, infrastructure and investment. They will not ask a question on this, but what are included in this is important. Okay, but Saptarishi, they might ask, what is Saptarishi, right? Now let us discuss one after the other. Right, priority 1, that is a Saptarishi 1, is inclusive development. What do you mean by inclusive development? Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. As simple as that. Right. That means the benefit of growth reaching everybody, every region of the country and every strata of the society. Nobody is left out. Right. That is inclusive growth. This is very important. Right. Now, to achieve inclusive growth, can I say agricultural development is very important? Because nearly 40% of the people are involved in that. Without them, inclusive development will not happen. Inclusive growth will not happen. So, benefit, some steps have been taken to improve agriculture in this year's budget. Right? I will talk about the important ones, and that will cover majority of the questions. Right? Now, a new fund called Agriculture Accelerator Fund will be started. So this fund, the money in this fund will be, right, 6,600 crore rupees will be put in this fund for the next 4 years. Don't worry about this facts and figures. Right? This fund, the money in this fund will be used to encourage startups in agricultural sector, in rural areas. Agri startups. This is a very good step, isn't it? Because see, what's happening is, educated people are not doing agriculture. They are leaving agriculture. Kyun? Why? Because agriculturist, ladki bhi nahi deta koi agriculturist ko. Right? So nobody even give girls to agriculturists. Agriculturists themselves do not give girls to agriculturists. Right? So because it is kind of considered as, right? So because of that, lack of opportunities, lack of growth, lack of income, young people especially tend to not follow agriculture. So it is very important that we provide some benefit, right? And agri startup, right? Can we start agriculture? Can we have agricultural startups? Use new technologies, right? Use artificial intelligence in agriculture. Use drones, robotics, etc. Can I say that? So this money will be used to fund those kind of startups, right? This is called as Agriculture Accelerator Fund, right? Now, have you heard about Drone Shakti? Can drones be used in agriculture? Absolutely yes, right? Can artificial intelligence used in agriculture? To switch on the motors, switch off the motors, save water, all those things, isn't it? Right? Next, there is another program called Atmanirbhar Horticulture Clean Plant Program. Right? So, this is a new program. Now, what do you mean by horticulture? Production of vegetables, fruits, etc. Isn't it? This can be a geography question or an economic question. Why? See, to improve horticulture sector in our economy, right? Horticulture Clean Plant Program will be started. Right? And under this, high quality pest resistant seeds will be given to the horticulture seeds will be given to farmers. Right? And for that, around 2,200 crores have been allocated. Now see, look at this. This is extra information. See, last year, horticulture products have overtaken food grain production in India. Very, very important. See, the value of food grain production last year was around 315 million tons, not value, the quantity, whereas horticulture is 320 million tons. So, horticulture products have overtaken food grain production. That too in very less area. See, food crops are grown in around 127 million hectares, whereas horticulture crops are grown in around 25 million hectares. Right. So horticulture crops give some extra benefit to the farmers. Can I say that? Right. And if we have to see, right, it adds 33%. It contributes 33% to the GVA of agricultural sector. Right. And some other prelims related concepts here is, right, now India is the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables in the world. And who is the first largest producer? Google it. Right. So now India is the overall second largest producer of vegetables and fruits. But when it comes to banana, mango, lime, papaya and okra, India is the largest producer. Mango, banana, lime, papaya and okra. Okra is what? Lady's finger, bindi. Right. So India is the largest producer. Right. See, this is the information. Not all this information is given in the budget, but the budget, I know this program about horticulture is included in the budget. Now you have to understand the periphery, right? See, when you're reading this, you have to automatically think about which state is the highest horticultural producer. This is how you have to link. Getting my point? So Uttar Pradesh is the biggest horticulture producer in India, 12.6% contribution, followed by West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. Karnataka is the 7th largest horticulture producing state. Right? Uttar Pradesh is the highest. Right? Next, just I'll finish agriculture. Yeah. So, global hub for millets, the program called Shri Anna has been started. Right. Shri Anna is to improve millet production in our country. Right. Millets, like, have you heard about bajra, ragi, jowar? Right. So, these are very nutritious, at the same time pest resistant and environmental friendly crops. Right. And to support them, Shri Anna scheme has been started. And also this is important, 2023 has been declared as the International Year of Millets by UN. Right. And to consolidate with this, Shri Anna scheme has been started. India is the largest producer of millets in the world and second largest exporter of millets in the world. Right. Now, in this Shri Anna scheme, what we do is, right, some center of excellence will be created, and the center of excellences will undertake research and development to improve the production of millets in India. Right. So, Indian Institute of Millet Research, Hyderabad, will be converted into center of excellence or upgraded into center of excellence. See guys, this IIMR of Hyderabad is not a new organization. It was established in 1958 only, but it will be upgraded to the level of center of excellence. Whenever some institute is upgraded to a center of excellence, central government will provide more financial and technical assistance to it. Right. So now agricultural credit. Right. See, to improve agriculture, the government has decided to give loans to the agriculture sector up to an extent of 20 lakh crore rupees for next upcoming years. Right. So this is an old scheme. Right. So this is about the budget related aspects with regarding to agriculture. Should I continue? No, I believe in inclusive growth. Sabka saath, sabka vikas. See, if you want me to cover more and more in economics, I have to. Sunny already had a sleep. He already had a dream about his girlfriend. What should I do? Quickly, don't waste time in deciding. Continue. Okay. So, next, another area under priority 1 is health, right? So, without health, we cannot achieve inclusive growth, isn't it? So, what are the steps taken to improve health, right? So, sickle cell anemia elimination mission. See, this can be a science and tech question, guys. What is sickle cell anemia? This is how you connect, right? So, see, the government has decided to eliminate sickle cell anemia disease by 2047. Now, see, sickle cell anemia is a cell disorder, is a genetic cell disorder, right? And this sickle cell anemia is mainly prevalent in the scheduled tribes, right? So, in order to eliminate it by 2047, the government will concentrate first on eliminating it among the scheduled tribes, right? So, it will start universal screening of 7 crore tribal people in the age group of 0 to 40 years, right? And then later on it will be extended to others also, right? By 2047 they want to eliminate it. Which was the last disease that we eliminated? Polio. Polio in 2011-12 was the last disease we completely eliminated, right? So, see, in budget, this is the only information given about sickle cell anemia, elimination mission, right? But this can turn into a science and tech question. This is how you have to understand that. See, most of the times I have seen people say, oh, they ask questions randomly. No, right? This is how they are going to do, right? Now, education. Yeah. See, new scheme of National Digital Library has been, started in this year's budget. That means digital libraries will be created in ward levels and panchayat levels. State governments will be asked to create digital libraries in ward and panchayat levels, right? And this is to improve education and learning among students, because if it is a physical book, availability of physical book becomes difficult, isn't it? But if it's a digital thing, somebody can sit in any corner of a village and download it or read it online, isn't it? So every state is asked to, in every ward and every panchayat level. That's a very good step. Along with that, along with digital library, state governments have been asked to provide all the infrastructure required, like internet, what is that? What is that? Computer. Yeah. So computer, internet, electricity, etc. Right. Along with that, under this scheme, state governments have been also asked to, create physical libraries also in ward and panchayat level. Digital library, at the same time physical library where physical books will also be available, and books to this library will be contributed by National Book Trust and Children's Book Trust. Now see, this information is given in budget. Automatically you should learn about what National Book Trust means and Children's Book Trust means. See, both National Book Trust and Children's Book Trust were established in 1957 as autonomous bodies under the Ministry of Education, right? So now National Book Trust, what do they do? They promote Indian architecture, promote Indian literature, promote Indian writers, publish the books in all the languages, in all the groups, in the age groups, right? Within the country, outside the country also. Children Book Trust concentrates mainly on the children books, and Children Book Trust was established due to the efforts of K. Shankar Pillai, who was a cartoonist, right? So these organizations will donate books to this the libraries. Okay, that there will be 2 libraries, one digital library and one physical library, right? So that is about education, right? Next, priority sector 2, reaching last mile. That is trying to reach everybody, right? Now this is a very important. Under this there is a new scheme called Pradhan Mantri PVTG Development Mission. What do you mean by PVTG? Particularly vulnerable tribal groups, right? They had already asked this question in 2016-17, I guess, right? Now see, when you say this program, automatically you should think it from the geography point of view also, human geography point of view also. See, India has a tribal population of 8.6%, right? So, among that, there are nearly 705 scheduled tribes in India. But all the tribes are not equal. There are some tribes which are way more backward, right, compared to other tribes. So, in 1973, the government appointed Dibhar Commission. See, this is polity again, right, to identify tribes which are way more backward than the other tribes, right. 1973 Dibhar Commission for identifying of, primitive tribal groups, right. And then the Dibhar Commission identified primitive tribal groups, but in 2006, the government renamed primitive tribal groups as particularly vulnerable tribal groups. See, these groups are more backward than the other tribal groups. As of today, there are 75 PVTGs out of 105 scheduled tribes. 75 PVTGs are notified by the central government, right? So, among the 75 PVTGs, Odisha has the highest number of PVTGs. There are 13 tribal groups in Odisha which are considered as PVTG. Whereas Punjab and Haryana does not have any PVTG. This is enough for you to eliminate. So, when I say Punjab and Haryana doesn't have any PVTG, can I say Chandigarh doesn't have any PVTG? Yeah, common sense, right? So, and Sahariyas of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh are the biggest PVTG group with more than 4 lakh population, 4.5 lakh population. Sahariyas, right? And Sentinelese of Andaman and Nicobar is the smallest PVTG with around 39 members who are alive. The Sentinelese were in news like a couple of years back. One American, he went to teach Christianity to these tribal groups. They hit him with arrow and killed him. Kyun jana tha bhai? Why? They're there, they're not wearing clothes, they're happy there, right? Why do you have to force yourself upon them, right? See, these Sentinelese are so primitive that when during tsunami, when Indian government tried to reach them, give them food, etc., they were hitting stones and arrows and bows and to them. यार वो अपने में मस्त है, right? तुम्हें क्यों हिंदुइज्म, इस्लाम, क्रिश्चियनिटी क्यों पढ़ाना है उनको, right? छोड़ दो ना, right? Leave them be. So Sentinelese were in news, right? So this PVTG program, Pradhan Mantri PVTG Development Program, is a very broad program, right? Which will provide safe housing, drinking, education, nutrition, road and telecom connectivity, sustainable livelihood opportunities also. It's a very broad one, right? And 15,000 crore rupees has been allocated for next 3 years. Right? Guys, do not worry about the money. Yeah, they will hardly ask that question. But yes, they will ask, they will ask this question like PVTG will only provide education. This scheme will only provide education or health. It's a very broader one. Yeah. Next, Ekalavya model schools. See, this is not a new type of schools, right? The Ekalavya model schools were started in 1998 itself. See, this is a residential school for scheduled tribe students, right? We have other scheduled tribe, residential schools for others like, what is that? Yes, Morarji Desai, Navodaya schools, etc. Ekalavya is a residential school for tribal students alone, right? And the budget this year has decided to start 740 new Ekalavya model residential schools, right? And 38,800 teachers and new staff will be hired for that purpose, right? So that's that. Now Bharat Shri, another new program called Bharat Shri. Important. See, this is a digital library for Indian ancient inscriptions. Can I connect this to history? Right. So there are so many inscriptions in India, right? Some inscriptions are on stone, some inscriptions are on paper, on palm leaves, right? And they are actually very difficult to conserve. Can I say that? But losing them will be like losing our culture, right? So they have to be, stored, restored and conserved. And you know, when we conserve that, it will be easier for us to do research on that, understand that, etc. Right? So Bharat Shri, the full form is Bharat Shared Repository of Inscriptions. Right? It's a digital epigraphy library, epigraphy museum. Epigraphy is related to inscriptions, isn't it? So it will digitalize 1 lakh ancient inscriptions. Right? And this library will be in Mysore or Mysuru. Okay. This is about education. Right. Next, where will be Bharat Shri will be? Where will my Bharat Shri be established? Mysore. Yeah. Now, next is priorities 3, infrastructure and investment. Now, see, first of all, with regarding to infrastructure and investment, one thing I can say is that highest capital expenditure of 10 lakh crore rupees, isn't it? So that will come under this. And then there are certain programs like, see, support to state governments for capital investment. Government will provide support to state government. That means there is a scheme which provides 50-year interest-free loan to the state governments for investing in asset creation. And this scheme will be extended for 1 more year. See, under this scheme, central government will provide interest-free loan, no interest, to the state governments for 50 years. But this money can be used only for creation of asset. Right? However, this money will be given under this scheme, loan will be given if the state governments meet this thing. Right? There are some conditions. Right? The conditions being, right, if the state government is successful in scrapping old government vehicles, you know, have you heard about, scrapping of old vehicles? Right? So then if urban planning reforms are undertaken, right, if police reforms are taken, and financial reforms in urban local bodies are undertaken, if housing is provided for, police personnel, and if utility malls are constructed. I'll talk about utility malls a little bit later on. Right. On the basis of this conditionalities, loans will be given under this 50 years interest-free loan to the state governments. Right. Now, there is another new fund called Urban Infrastructural Development Fund. Now, yeah. See, improving infrastructure in urban areas is of utmost importance. But what the problem in India is that infrastructure in big cities are good, but in smaller cities is very bad. Can I say that? Right. So, in order to improve infrastructure in tier 1 and tier 2 and tier 3 cities, this fund has been established. Right. What do you mean by tier 2 cities? No, a city with a population above 50,000 but below 1 lakh. And tier 3 cities are population above 20,000 and below 50,000. Right. So, this is to improve this infrastructure in these areas. This fund has been started. Where will we get the money for this fund? See, any shortfall in priority sector lending. See, do you know this? In India, every banks out of their total lending have to give 40% of their loans to priority sector. Yes or no? Sometimes these banks they do not give 40%. They might give 37% to priority sectors. Now, what is the shortfall? 3%. So, this 3%, the shortfall in priority sector will directly go to what? The Urban Infrastructure Development Fund. Yes? I will talk about priority sector while doing banks. Anyways, I have put here. Right. Next. See, water for drought prone areas. See, 5,300 crore rupee have been allocated to Upper Bhadra project. Now, see, this is a geography question. Upper Bhadra project, where is it? Karnataka. Right. 5,000. Why they are giving separate money to Karnataka? Election. Right. Yes, drinking water is also there. But yes, Right. Now they will ask question about Upper Bhadra project or river Tunga or river Bhadra. Right. This is how you have to connect it. Right. So see, because it's there in news, I'll talk a little bit about Upper Bhadra project. See, the Upper Bhadra project, the plan for Upper Bhadra project was conceived in 2000 and the approval was given in 2003. It was a plan of Karnataka government, right? So the project cost is around 20,000 crore rupees. Now central government has given the status of national project status to Upper Bhadra project. When central government gives national project status, then central government will provide financial and technical assistance, right? Now what is Upper Bhadra project? See, Upper Bhadra project is a lift irrigation project, right, in the central region of Karnataka state, right? So the project will benefit districts like Chitradurga, Davangere, Tumkur and some parts of Chikmagalur, right? Don't I need to remember about that, right? What happens in this Upper Bhadra project is there are many phases of Upper Bhadra project. It's a lift irrigation. That means water will be lifted from one place to another. See, in the first phase, water will be lifted from Tunga river to the Bhadra reservoir, right? In the second phase, water will be lifted from Bhadra reservoir through Ajjampura tunnel. Yes, from Bhadra river it will be lifted through Ajjampura tunnel and it will be left into Vani Vilas Sagar dam. So see, Vani Vilas Sagar dam is in Chitradurga district and it is across river Vedavati. This is where UPSC questions come, right? From there, from Vani Vilas Sagar, water will be provided for irrigation purpose. It's a lift irrigation project, right? Mainly, see, it's not for drinking water, it's for lift irrigation, right? So, and then water will be given to Chitradurga, Tumkur, right, Davangere and some of the Chikmagalur areas. So, from Tunga it will be lifted to Bhadra, from Bhadra through Ajjampura tunnel it will be lifted to Vani Vilas Sagar reservoir, which is in Chitradurga district of Karnataka, across the river Vedavati. So, that is about this. Enough for today.